Alright, what's up everybody? It's Lids and we're back for some more Pyre Community RITE NITE, which means of course some good old-fashioned multiplayer Pyre featuring first and foremost none other than the members of the RITE Club Discord server, the place for all things multiplayer Pyre. If you are interested in getting more involved in multiplayer Pyre, then that is the best way to do so is by joining said Discord server by clicking on that link right there. But those of you in chat, you're not off the hook. No, because you see the red circle with the white L below chat, you click on that, you'll find all the various requests that you can make today, including things ranging from selecting players' exiles, masteries, songs, arenas, even Titan stars are all fair game. So, without further ado, let's hop into versus mode here, set ourselves to our defaults, and get things started. And let me know, chat, if there's anyone who would like to hop in here for the first few rites of the night. Let me jump into said Discord server as well. There we are. Steam Friends is up and ready to go. Okay. Let's see. Wamelon is ready to go immediately, as is Cacao. Are those two mouse keyboard people? I'm pretty sure both of you usually use mouse keyboard. I know Cacao does. Wamelon, I always forget. It's become frequent enough as of late that people who prefer mouse keyboard have been, well, have needed to play with controller, that it is now blurring the line in my mind as to, is that person a keyboard mouse person, or are they a controller person? I don't quite remember. Yeah, okay, so in that case, might we be able... Yeah, okay, but we can use controllers. This is what I mean. Okay, so Cacao could come in on controller, and we could have Wamelon on keyboard and mouse. Right, but it'll be painful. So we could either go for one of those two and find someone else for the second player, or, and try to get the other person in later. Okay, I already, my brain has just completely drawn a blank. I'm forgetting how I phrased that initially. Either we could have both of them play together and have one of them go on controller and play suboptimally, or we could say, alright, we'll just go with one of them, find someone else to play against them for now, and try to get the other person in later when they have another controller person play against them. Proxy could potentially go on controller. So yeah, basically we could go Proxy versus Cacao, or Proxy versus Wamelon, and have whichever of those two keyboard mouse people do not play initially come in later when we have another controller person for them to go against. Cacao theoretically does have a controller, it seems. Would prefer not to use that controller, but if it does come down to that, he is capable of going that route. Okay, yeah, so Wamelon says, okay to wait, in which case we could go Cacao against Proxy here, initially, and then get Wamelon later. Try to play against everybody, and I think you've already played Cacao, right? And you can only... Oh, yeah. And no problem with controller. We can have two controllers if necessary. That's totally fine. So, why don't we go that route then? We'll go Proxy and Cacao, I suppose. Let me start sending our invites here. Cacao, where are you? There you are. Proxy might have to remind me what your Steam username is. Let's see. Should be able to get Cacao in here. And Cacao, I assume it is accusers for you today. Cacao. Oh no. Oh no. Now I remember. Oh dear.
First time playing, actually.
First time. Okay, well, no worries. No worries. Are we currently Steam friends?
I don't think so.
Okay, so my Steam friend code is in the RITE Club, in the Black Wagon sort of main page, in the pinned messages. So if you track that down, you should be able to send me a Steam friend invite, and then I can friend you, and then we can get you in. Okay, all set with Cacao. All right. Let's see. Think there it is. Invite received and accepted. Okay. Now I should be able to get you in. Just send you the invite. There we are. Turn back on this screen. And we should be good to go. And Proxy, can I make a small request? That being, if you still have the stream running in the background, do you mind muting it? So I can just barely hear it, and that's enough lidception to drive me insane. Just enough. Not sure if chat can hear it.
I have to stream muted on me, so.
Does that help? Just barely hear it. Okay, yeah. I see. Okay, yeah, like as we're doing the actual matches, probably, hopefully, it would kind of get drowned out. But for me, it's like it's slight delay, and it's definitely loud enough that I can hear it to the point where it would get in my head.
I don't know what to do. The stream's muted for me.
That's odd. Oh, is it from Discord?
Maybe.
Vaguely recall this happening. That is what it is. I can wait. Hold on. Yeah, I can see it. It's Discord. Okay, hold on.
Could mess with Discord somehow then.
I could mute you in Discord. That obviously brings other issues. I could turn down on Discord, and then maybe I can hear you, but I'm not going to hear the echo as much. Could potentially work. Now I hear it, but it's very quiet. And once the game is in, it's almost imperceptible. Otherwise, I don't. This has definitely happened before for someone a while ago, but it might be something like your Discord microphone sensitivity. You might be able to make it a little more sensitive to, or a little. I don't know. Technically, that's more or less sensitive. More aggressive with muting quieter sounds.
How about this? Is that better?
Let's see. Let's see. I'm just going to talk a bit here and see if it pops back up on your side. I think whatever you just did totally fixed it. I'm pretty sure that whatever you did... Wait, did it?
That's echo cancellation on Discord. Maybe that's that. I don't know.
I think that just did the trick. Yes. I'm not hearing it pop. Yeah, perfect. Okay, awesome. Well done. Problem solved. Problem solved. Lids will not go insane any more than he already has. So, Proxy, which team would you like to be?
I'll play Beyonders.
Beyonders? Oh, well, okay. Well, that's... I mean, you can be whatever you want. You don't have to be Beyonders just because Beyonders happens to be on the screen. But if that's your preferred choice, then that works too.
It's my favorite team.
Well, then it was meant to be. Okay. Let's go. Proxy. Beyonders is on there as well. Okay, perfect. So yeah, it'll be Proxy's first time for Right Night, so that's exciting stuff. So let us know, chat, if there's anything we want to see for this first one, or if we're looking for just a warm-up match of sorts. Nothing too crazy just yet.
Warm-up will be nice for me, actually.
Warm-up would be appreciated. I think that'd probably be most fitting. Tell you what, now that we've resolved the sensitivity thing, turn you up ever so slightly. There we go. Okay.
Forbidden. Oh, this is a song.
Okay, just a song. Nothing big here. Why don't we get started with that? Yes, two controllers. Also, I accidentally pressed a button that I was not intending to press. But that an issue. Oh, that is kind of weird. Steam Remote Play does say that you're technically both player 1 and player 2 right now. Proxy, which is weird. Want to try, if you can, just unplugging and replugging your controller real quick, because that otherwise might make Steam confused. There we go. That. Oh, let's do it again. Weird. Okay, let's.
Do it again.
It did. Initially, it said you were just player 2, and then it said, oh, wait, I want you to be player 1 and player 2. Let's try getting this started. There's a chance you will be controlling both teams simultaneously, which would be unideal. Oh, do I have my controller plugged in? I do not. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, is that gonna... except that is going to force Cacao into being controller. That is also weird. Huh. Okay, hold on. Remote play. Cooperate. Can we perhaps get rid of one of these controllers on remote play? Disables both of your controllers. Okay, hold on. I have a different idea. Very unconventional, but let's try this. Does that work? That does not work. Weird. Yeah. So it's forcing you to being multiple players. Initially, you were player 1 and player 2, which was definitely going to be problematic. Then I tried to make one of them player 4. And then maybe Pyre would go, oh, well, there isn't a player 4, so we're just going to forget that this second controller exists. But then it still didn't forget that controller. Yeah, maybe uninviting, re-inviting would... Okay, hold on. Let me give that a shot. This core has been... Some of this has happened to as of late. Let me boot you and re-invite you. And maybe that will help remote play figure out what it's trying to do here. Okay. Invite resent. What's up? Oh, Artemis Val. How's it going? Yeah. What's up, my dudes? Oh, and choosing exiles as well. Both players get headwind. At first, I just saw someone say both players get headwind and didn't give much thought to it because I didn't realize it was an actual request. It was an actual request. Okay, let's...
That was my plan all along.
Well, let's see. It's still saying you have 2 controllers. What the heck? What the heck? The thing with Steam Link, that I have no idea of. I am not sure about that. I mean, I don't have Steam Link for what... That's the, like, stream to a different, like, TV or a computer or something like that, right? But I don't have that. Is there any... Do you happen to have maybe, like, a second wireless controller that is unknowingly to you actually still activated here?
Just one wired?
One wired. Very weird. Huh. Out of curiosity, This is probably not going to work. But if you unplug your wired controller, I just want to see if it still shows you as having a controller.
It's unplugged now.
Yeah, it says you still have a controller even when it's unplugged.
Oh.
That's weird. But that is potentially... That explains a lot. For some reason, even without a controller plugged in, it thinks you have a controller. Which is where my potential wireless controller theory came from.
When I'm on my laptop, I clearly see nothing else is plugged in. So.
Very odd. So as things currently stand, with nothing plugged in, you would not have a means to control a team unless you were to go mouse keyboard.
But I would suck at it.
Here. So what is this ghost controller? What is this ghost controller? It says there's still a ghost controller. I don't understand. Where is this controller coming from?
Maybe restart my Steam. Maybe that will help.
Maybe try restarting your Steam. That might do it. At this point, I'd say that's worth giving a shot. Okay, let's see. Right, but usually if it were mouse keyboard, it would just show up the same way it's showing up for Cacao here. It wouldn't have that separate... I mean, now you don't see it, but wouldn't have that separate controller. And you can see I do not have a controller plugged in right now. So it's not me throwing things off. I don't... There's some mysterious ghost controller that Steam thinks exists, even though it shouldn't.
The scribes are interfering with us again.
Apparently. Apparently, it's Kalimer.
If you would invite me again, maybe?
Let's see. Okay. Invite resent. Will this one behave as intended, as expected? Okay, you're in. You immediately kick Cacao, but at the moment it says you only have one controller.
With no controller plugged in.
No! I really wanted you to say you had one controller plugged in and it was perfect now. Ah! Okay, this is weird. I am afraid I do not have an answer for you in that case. We have tried what are the usual fixes to get Cacao back in. I don't know.
Possible for me to play just with mouse and keyboard then, or Cacao need to find a controller first or somehow.
Cacao, could we potentially do a switcheroo here? And I know you prefer to play mouse keyboard, Cacao, but if you were to play sub-optimally, then Proxy could play sub-optimally on mouse keyboard. It all levels out, right? It all evens out here. Then I could deactivate that, activate that.
Suffer together, Cacao. It's fine.
Suffer together. Cacao is for what it's worth, Cacao was probably going to find himself in this situation had we not gone with Proxy as the other player anyway, as it was going to be Wamelon against Cacao, and both of them are usually mouse keyboard players, and so someone was going to need to break out a controller for that matchup anyway, for what it's worth. There is no escape the need for Cacao to play on controller, apparently. Okay. Think we can make this work. So now, if we do... Is it gonna... but now Pyre still insists on somebody having... Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Cacao, we're gonna do this. Okay.
Hello.
Hello! I think this may work. Where I've deactivated Proxy's controller, even though this controller theoretically does not exist, and Proxy will go mouse keyboard. Cal, I've deactivated your mouse keyboard and forced you to go controller. So even if Pyre thinks we have double controller, maybe this will work. It might be that Cacao is controlling both teams. We are about to find out. We are about to find out. So, who is technically player 1? Who is technically player 2? Is Cacao actually both players? I mean, Cacao is theoretically controller number 1, so maybe it is safe to make this assumption here. If any assumption is safe at this point. Let's just try this and see what happens. Cacao says he's player 2. Alright, well, in that case, let's just do a switch here. I have a creeping suspicion that Cacao is going to be player 1 and player 2 in this game, but there's only one way to know for certain when we're dealing with this quantity of ghost controllers and Steam remote play wonkiness. So it must be tested. Ultimately, it must be tested. All right, let's see what the heck is about to happen. In theory, there's a request for both players to use Headwind.
Why, hello, exiles. Welcome to the cairn of Haub. Each of you seeks to be free from this forsaken land. Only the righteous shall emerge victorious. Beyonders, stand prepared. Accusers, stand prepared.
Okay.
We shall strive for freedom.
So is this going to work? In theory, the hope is Proxy can control stuff here and select your team, and that Proxy will actually be controlling this team when all is said and done, and those are two separate issues, but does appear at the very least that Proxy can select the team here. So that's a start. That's a start. It is, of course, the classic hand singularity arena. Will that be something that we see players break out here? Only time will tell. Oh, I do need to switch sigils. Alright, hold on, kick out. Give me just a second here. Just a second. I do need to swap those. That is correct. Swap you and swap you. There we go. Okay, now you're good. Okay. Looks as though Cacao can control the team setup here as well. So I think we've passed the first test, but I still think that the second test is going to be the tough one. That is, once we actually start this match, is Proxy able to control team number 1, or is Cacao controlling both teams? Because I feel like that is somewhat likely. Oh, and the rarely seen false step Gareth on that occasion. Breaking out the can singularity indeed. Alright, so Proxy's going for the casting through barriers. Proxy has also already selected Headwind, whereas Cacao has not yet done so, but will need to, with one of these two remaining characters. Then again, it is often the case that we see, when it comes to these can singularity teams, that players choose a nomad of some variety for the Sacred Bond. Okay, so last one for Proxy is a big aura on Tizo. Last one for Cacao does need to be Headwind, as he's not yet taken him. And there was a request to use him. As I was saying, oftentimes we do see when players choose to use the Can Singularity setup, we'll see the Sacred Bond plays to help revive whoever it is who has that Can Singularity and step on their portrait to do so, although does not opt to go that route this time. Now this is the big test. Can Proxy move? Because first, impression is that the answer to that question is no. Oh, hold on. Perhaps?
WASD not working now.
Oh, okay, hold on. I think it may just be that your controls are not set up the way that you expected them to be set up, because Cacao had set them up before we started for what he intended to use. That might not be what you had planned. So you might be most accustomed to mouse presets here.
I've never used it, actually. I've never used mouse and keyboard at all.
Well, in that case, here are the controls. Do you prefer the arrow keys, or do you prefer WASD? Does that look better?
Yeah, that look right. Alright, let's go.
Alright, there we go. I think this might actually work with both players controlling their teams. So I'll give you guys a countdown. I'll do 3, 2, 1, go, and on go we'll hit resume. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh?
Still not working.
That's odd. Okay, hold on. Let me just check remote play again here. Remote play says you have mouse keyboard
Do I
control.
only have access to mouse only?
Should have mouse keyboard. I mean, remote play says Cacao is player 1, but on controller? This is what remote play says. So Cacao told me he was player 2, despite remote play saying he's supposed to be player 1, which is what gives me some hesitation. Proxy, in theory, should still have control here. And thus, you know, this is the chaos of remote play sometimes. But, so you just can't move at all right now, Proxy?
Not with WASD, no.
Or are you moving the accusers right now if you do that?
I can move the cursor.
That's weird. But if you move the cursor, but yeah, WASD does not move you, arrow keys does not move you.
Middle button does not. As well.
This is weird. I'm not sure we've seen quite this happen before. We've seen similar things in the past, but
My X button works.
switch characters, that's something. But it does look rather black magic-y to me. Indeed. Odd. And so, Cacao, this is you and only you that is moving right now? Yeah? Okay. That's very strange, and unfortunately, at this point, I don't think I have an answer to it. I mean, we could...
Maybe I'll just stop her.
We could possibly try getting you in later today and seeing if...
A different computer and hopefully that works.
Yeah, maybe it's for some reason this specific combination of having you in with Cacao and for some reason, you know, the controller Cacao is using and the mouse keyboard you're using is not something that remote play likes. Who knows? It feels like, yeah, it might be a Steam issue. And so, I think this matchup, for whatever reason, does not appear to be working at the moment. Perhaps we try to get you in later on with a different matchup. Maybe it'll work then. Or we say that, you know, remote play, for some reason at the moment, has decided that this is just not something that it wants to let us do. And so, maybe next week, in that case, it will magically find a way to improve itself. So, I think, unfortunately, we do probably need to call this matchup here. But perhaps still in the future, we'll find a way to work around that.
Okay. See you guys in the comments.
Yeah, sorry about that, Proxy, but hopefully can get you in the future. Like to believe this is just a weird Steam remote play blip. Can you reconnect, Cacao? Yeah, no worries. Okay. So let's see then. So hopefully, Cacao plus someone else will still work here, and this is not a remote play wide issue where regardless of who we're getting in, we're going to run into the same type of issues. But if so, then I mean, I can try restarting Steam and see if that fixes anything. But let's get Cacao back in. And is there anyone else who would like to try going against Cacao here? And, you know, might be a little bit of a guinea pig science experiment case here. We can try Womelon. Thought you guys have played once before. I think it might have been the first time you played Womelon for RITE NITE. So I thought I remembered that one of you guys had to break out a controller. Looking through them all. Alright, let's get Womelon. Womelon had expressed interest before. Well, we're gonna see if remote play continues to be difficult today or if it is going to cooperate. Let's see. Hopefully, that was just an odd one-time blip. And Womelon, who would you like to play as today? Which triumvirate do you want to be? Isn't it? Yeah, usually distance for you. Now, those colors are somewhat similar. Don't know if that is a reason enough for one of you to feel like you want to switch, but just raising that potential aspect. I think we've modded it such that the accusers are a little more goldish yellow and the distance are a little more true orange. So that might still be fine, but yeah, Cacao, maybe just to play it safe, we can have you switch over. You want to be Tempers? We can make that work for sure. Okay. So let's just double check the remote play. So the thing that scares me is this is basically the same situation where still says Cacao is player 1, but on controller, and Cacao says he's technically player 2 in Pyre. But then Womelon is on keyboard and mouse. Functionally the same exact thing we just did with Proxy. Just double check for Womelon. Do these controls look right to you? My guess is you probably want to switch those around a bit. Is that all good? Right. Nora, I say this knowing that we have definitely had this conversation before. But at least raising... And are you okay with not having anything there? Yeah, we've definitely had this conversation before, but I feel the need to at least raise that issue, depending on, you know, it's one thing for me commentating or for people in chat to say, oh yeah, it's totally fine, but ultimately, of course, matters most to the people who are actively playing if they feel comfortable with it. So, okay, let's at least give this a shot. Let's try to do the headwind request, as we couldn't really make that work last time, but the biggest question here remains, can we get the proper controls working?
You stand upon the nest of Triesta. Have you the fortitude required to prevail? May further shame befall whomever fails. Dissidents, stand prepared. Campers, stand ready.
Yeah, I think we treat the headwind request as still active here, because we didn't really get the chance to see that one through. I mean, we got like 30 seconds of a not real match with headwind in it. So let's go with the headwind request for this one. Just somewhere in your team. And of course, as we saw last time, players were able to choose their teams fine. The question was, can the keyboard mouse person actually move around their characters? So We'll be watching closely to see, hopefully, that is still going to work here. Otherwise, I mean, we might. Guess, you know, we'll get to the backup plan if necessary, but if for whatever reason, the keyboard and mouse player still cannot move, then we might need to go double controller. And that will, of course, limit who can and cannot play, but, you know, hopefully it doesn't come to that. We'll see. So that's at least one potential workaround that I could see. So there is Headwind. It's a power casting Headwind for Melon. The Cow did take Headwind in the first spot, so both players now all set with that requested exile. And from here on out, it is up to them to take whoever they'd like to take. So for Cacao, that is an exploding Lady River. Very rare that we see Lady River on what is actually her original team. That is the Tempers. She's not a member of the Pyre Hearts, although one might assume that based on how she's a worm. No, she's actually a member of the Tempers. We don't see too many Tempers players today, and then, you know, add that with Lady River being the least common selection for worms, and just not a combination you see all that often. Yeah, I wrote her. We were just having that conversation of, you know, it was going to be dissidents versus accusers, and they were probably fine with the colors. You know, you've tested it. We've tried it many times before, but just to play it safe, Cacao opted to switch over to the Tempers. But how are you? How's it going, I wrote her? We had some odd control, I don't know how to phrase it other than issues, malfunctions, a little bit earlier. So we are hoping that that will not persist, that hopefully that has, for whatever reason, resolved itself here. We switched around one of our players, and hoping that for whatever reason that was going to be enough to do the trick, to fix things up here. Yeah, we've definitely had accusers versus dissidents on stream before, exactly, but just basically left it up to the players to decide, hey, do you want to go for teams that have slightly more different colors? Are you comfortable with having two teams that are pretty similar? And like I said, ultimately Cacao said, well, you know, I'm fine being the Tempers, so just played it safe in that way. Yeah, so I know you made some adjustments to make them more easily distinguishable. It's crashed? Oh, okay, hold on. I can, there you go. Now, remote play made the crashing sound. Let me get you back. There we are. Yes, this is not a great sign. Steam is acting pretty funky today so far. Okay, looks like Cacao is back, though. Alright, so here's the real test. Can Wamelon move? Yes, it would appear, assuming that was Wamelon. So I think that means that we are in the clear here, thankfully. Oh, hold on. Gabe needs to do some maintenance, indeed. Oh, hold on, switch around some controls. It's so interesting to me to see just how different a lot of the keyboard and mouse players choose to set up their controls. Like, how do we get all these people who, of their own accord, create totally different setups? Yeah, no worries. Okay, so I'll give you guys a countdown in that case. I'll go 3, 2, 1, go, and on go we'll hit resume. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. So, fortunately, it looks like we have now, for whatever reason, after changing nothing other than the player, we've found a way to get the controls to work for player 1 here, even on keyboard and mouse still. And that is Wamelon getting things started with a 20 damage Pamitha Plunge. However, Cacao making some space here for Headwind to throw it in for 17 and leech some Pyre Life back along the way. Wamelon committing some vile atrocities here. Oh no. Oh no. Who taught Wamelon to do that? Somebody fess up.
How very fortunate for the dissidents.
Somebody fess up in chat. The blights. That is Flappy Harp. It spreads. Well, here comes Tizo. He gets banished, but sets up a very dangerous portal for Wamelon. But it is Cacao back on the orb here. Double Nomad push. This time, oh, look at that extra damage from Lendl. And that means, by extension, some extra leech as well. Big power cast from Hedwyn. That was serious momentum shift there. On both occasions. And means that one more score may be all that Cacao needs here after Wamelon got off to a quick start. But Wamelon not going down without a fight. That's another 20 damage plunge from Hamatha. Big power cast from Hedwyn, but Tizo explodes in the process. Wamelon with Tizo back defensively. Gets rid of one of the Nomads, but there is still one back defensively. Oh, and Wamelon sneaky. Opts not to fly in, and plunges for 15 on that occasion. Now that means Wamelon is Tizo-less. Amatha flies over and in for 20. I believe said person is in chat right now, and they can probably fess up. I don't think they tend to hide it. Oh, but here comes Cacao for the winning plunge. GG.
Thus end this night's proceedings.
GG. All right. Well, let's head on back and let us know, chat, if there's anything you want to see for the next one. Or at least the person that I give credit for it was in chat earlier. I don't know if they're technically the originator of it, but they've certainly been the most staunch supporter of the Flappy Heart strat. Hold on. Are they still in chat? I believe he is. I believe he is. By the looks of things. Process of elimination. Who is it? Who is it, chat? We'll see. Alas, let us reset ourselves here to our defaults, but let us know if there's anything we want to see for the next one. Anor spilled the secrets. Oh no, Anor, don't do it. Don't do it. Hamatha, for her birthday is soon. Alright, fine. Fine, I guess that's acceptable in that case. If you insist. Definitely not just because we were talking about these very, scummy harp strats. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Alright, but let's... Birthday's in 3 days. Alright, we'll accept it, I suppose. I suppose, if you insist. What's up, Potato? How are you?
The dissidents versus the Tempers.
Oh, and, well, we are in for a special treat here. We are on the boat.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Down needs to reconnect. Okay, no worries. We can get you. Just a second. I can... Do you want me to boot you and reinvite you right now? I can do that if you'd like. Okay. Let me do that. Oh, nope. I almost booted Wamelon instead. No, that's the wrong person. Okay, hold on. You've been booted. I almost invited someone else instead. There we go. That's the right person. There we go. Everything is fine. So yeah, the request was for Pamitha. Melon has already taken Pamitha. And Cacao goes Luminous Idol for her, so she'll get full stamina whenever she picks up the orb in that case. Well, Melon, I mean, that might be the case, but don't tell Cacao that. Then Cacao, a true man of culture, goes Kerfang on a brazen manner Ignarius on the boat. You love to see it. You just love to see it. Tizo in the last spot for Wamelon. And for Cacao, the last character will be Raji. So here we go in our Pamitha birthday boat showdown. Whoa, and Ignarius just goes crazy here, sets up the brazen manor. Oh, he goes for the big leap, but just does not get the kind of airtime he's looking for. And look at that. Well-timed spawn in from Headwind, I believe it was, getting rid of Ignarius right as he was about to plunge for a huge amount of points. Oh, and I think Cacao was looking to switch into Ignarius for even more points, but no luck that time as he switched into Raji instead. Does have a very dangerous portal here, though, which could help facilitate a high score plunge from Ignarius, but it is Wamelon still on the attack here. Cacao through the portal, but still not enough time. Ignarius has returned. Cacao sets up the brazen manor, but it's Wamelon still on the orb at the moment. Cacao just barely avoids banishment on Ignarius, has the brazen manor active, but does go down. And look at that unfortunate harp cast attempt there from Cacao. The puddle was not doing many favors on that occasion. Oh, but Ignarius has returned. And he has the brazen manor. He's going for it. He's going for it. Jump is just not big enough, though. So Ignarius goes down once again. He does return here, though, with the webbed lanthorn. Wamelon's attack blocked and banished. Brazen Manor active on Ignarius. Oh, and Cacao looks to switch, but still not quick enough. Wamelon very strong defensively here. Cacao waiting for Ignarius. He is committed. You gotta give him that. But Ignarius once again goes down before he can capitalize on that opportunity. Wamelon perhaps trying to move that portal closer to Cacao's Pyre, but currently defenseless. And plunges in there with Pamitha. Might have been looking to see if he could switch into Ignarius there, but the momentum from the puddle took him directly into the Pyre. And that means that Ignarius is now not without, or without that harp salute setup. There was one way of helping to get him closer to the opposing Pyre. Speaking of which, here's Wamelon making an attack with Pamitha, but she's blocked and banished. Ignarius narrowly avoids one cast, and the second as well, and now hip-hopping around the puddle. But down he goes, and that leaves just Raji for Cacao, and may need to stall for quite a while here until Ignarius returns, unless he can trigger that webbed lanthorn, and there it is. Oh, and Ignarius suddenly does get the big jumping distance from the puddle on several occasions, but it's before Cacao can pick up the orb. So, not exactly a welcome sight on that occasion, and that's a harp push from Wamelon to set up that 20 damage plunge with Pamitha. Wamelon successful on that attempt, and Cacao shaking his head. Just not quite able to make things work with Ignarius. Here he is, though. No Brazen Manor yet. Will he try to sneak it in? No, not enough time. Ametha is back. Now, Cacao at full strength, but that was a difficult orb to pick up there. Down goes the Imp, and so theoretically, an easier setup for this Ignarius switch for Cacao, but still unsuccessful. Though still has Ignarius in the area, he does get banished. Cacao, will he try it again here, or will he settle for Pamitha? He does. Opts for just the 20 damage throw here, rather than switching into Ignarius. Still, of course, 20 damage, yes, but had the potential to get as much as 38 or even 48 with Brazen Manor active on Ignarius, and that is why Cacao is trying to make such a point of going that route, even if it is more difficult to pull off. And there's Wormelon, meanwhile, plunging for 20 with Headwind. And that does tie things up at 60 apiece here. Wormelon trying to change that, but Pamitha is banished. Here's the switch into Ignarius, and he has some space here. Oh, but Cacao got a little greedy, perhaps, and rather than going for just the 38 damage plunge, wanted to try to set up that Brazen Manor. Hesitated, and got banished before he could do anything with it. Ignarius, again, now does have Brazen Manor active, and banishes the defender. Could this be the opportunity he was waiting for? Yes, it is. There it is. 48 damage on that plunge. The persistence finally does pay off for Cacao. Of course, no Ignarius in this round, that means, but just about any damage will do for Cacao at this point, and that could have been enough right there, potentially. Didn't see exactly how much damage he had gotten up to on that throw. But theoretically, any of his characters do have enough damage to finish the job here. Explosion. Trying to set up a Pamitha play here. Through the portal she goes, but is orbless at the moment. Now she has it. Could this be it? Yes, it is.
The tempers prevail.
GG.
Adversaries confidently thwarted. Thus end this night's proceedings.
All right, well played, you two.
Until the next rite.
And let us know, chat, if there's anything we'd like to see for the next one. Otherwise, we'll just set ourselves back to our defaults and have these two take whatever they'd like to take. The worst defense is no offense. Oh. Any requests for this one, chat? Or are we looking to just have the players take whatever they'd like to take? Oh, Cacao says he still has a trick up his sleeve. Except maybe not for this one, because although Cacao does request his usual team theme, although for what it's worth, he is not currently using the Accusers, it is all cursed talismans coming from Potato. Cacao says, don't worry about it, it's fine. It's fine. We'll see if Cacao does still try to break out whatever this master plan is, or if that's something he'll have to wait for. Or perhaps the next one. But let's get this one started here. Oh, hold on. Exiles as well. One demon. At least one demon, or exactly one demon. If they want to go double or triple demon, are they allowed to do that? And does Orlek count as well? Okay, they can go for 2 or 3 demons if they'd like, but is Orlek permitted? Okay, Orlek, yes, that was in response to Orlek. Yes, Orlek is allowed, and at least 1 demon. Oh, okay, well, this technically can work in combination with that. So, at least 1 demon and 1 worm. So, that would mean a maximum of 2 demons in that case. Let's roll with this. So, 1 or 2 demons and 1 worm. They go 1 demon, 1 worm. That means, of course, they have 1 free class to pick whatever they'd like.
The dissidents shall
They're on the book.
tempers.
Hmm.
Welcome.
Okay.
Who shall
Curious to see what direction they go in here. The book haters emerge. All right, and Wamelin leads off with the worm. So again, it is at least 1 demon and 1 worm. Yeah, for whatever reason, it feels like, especially as of late, the hate for the book has been reaching a crescendo. Oh, we do. Did we, hold on, I did not catch. Did Wamelin take a cursed talisman here? I forgot about that, or I forgot to remind you of that. Okay, let's reset this one then. And let's just lock it in on the book, you know? Yeah, I forgot to remind you. My bad. That aspect as well.
the dissidents shall take on the tempers. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
So, of course, that might change some of the setup that the players are looking to use here. Can't even use one of the cursed talismans on worms, so that does limit their options. But it's a Blackheart Deluge in the first spot for Wamelin. As we were saying, with at least 1 demon and 1 worm, that means that at most they have 1 class of their choosing here. And so Cacao uses that 1 free choice to get Almer here. Then here's a demon selection for Wamelin. So that means Wamelin now could either go with a demon in the last spot or an exile, a free exile, any class. Whereas Cacao must go with worms and demons here, as Cacao has already taken the only non-worm / demon character. And yes, Wamelin does choose to go in a different direction here, and imp with Tizo. Again, Cacao has already used that one selection to get Almer, and must choose a worm here. So here we go. One worm, one demon on both sides, though both did choose to get a different class of their choosing. Wamelon opted for an imp, and Cacao opted for a savage, although Cacao can teleport to the orb with that savage, but can't pick up the orb, which is an interesting combination that is hard to do much with. But here is Wamelon getting things started with a 30 damage plunge from Jody. Of course, no prayer beads here, as that is not a cursed talisman. So that means players, when possible, would perhaps like to make even more of a point of throwing rather than plunging, but here is Cacao plunging as well. Cacao, once again, can teleport to that orb, but can't do much once he gets there, because he can't pick up the orb with Almer. Jody opts to plunge again here for 30. We did see, I believe, both players take the additional starting Pyre Life Mastery from their demons. So they started with the same number, but that being said, if they are to trade scores, we've seen Wamelon get a couple with a demon, whereas Cacao thus far has been going the worm route. Those are, of course, not even exchanges, as the demon damage is twice as much as the worm damage, but here comes Cacao, but once again can't really do anything offensively with that savage, and that is a tough place to be in. So Cacao does once again go the worm route, but this time it's a throw, so we'll be at full strength even after that score. Here's Ignarius, looking to knock back the defenders, and does, setting up a big 30 damage plunge here. And that levels the sides here at 75 Pyre Life apiece. Oh, and for a second there, it looked like Wamelon had an opportunity, but remember, that imp can't pick up the orb for Wamelon. Oh, and the orb inadvertently hits Cacao's Pyre and bounces back out. That might have been significant enough to slow Wamelon down and prevent what could have possibly been a scoring opportunity, if not for that. Now, once again, just can't pick up that orb there. And now it's Wamelon who's defenseless. So time for a 15 damage throw from Cacao's worm. Cacao, once again, teleporting to the orb and just juggling in the middle there. Wamelon has it back, but the worm goes down. And Wamelon goes in to banish a bunch of Cacao's exiles here. Oh, but then Cacao returns the favor and gets this unblockable throw off for another 15. The bounce, though. What about the bounce? What about the juggles? Demon versus demon. Cacao trying to forge a way through, and does. And with that 30 damage plunge, drops Wamelon down to 15. So one score, potentially, all that Cacao needs here. Wamelon can't pick up the orb with that Tizo. So instead, trying to banish the last of Cacao's defenders, but can't quite get rid of Almer here. Then again, Almer can't do much offensively, so he's not much of a threat here. Wamelon can't banish with that Howler, as it does not have an aura. Trying to forge a way through again with Jody. And does. But now with no Jody, it is Cacao with the numbers advantage here. Oh, and that's Wamelon still on the orb, plunging for 15, and that means that with Jody back in this round, it is technically now a one-score game. Could be anyone for Cacao, whereas for Wamelon, it does need to be Jody. But the fact remains, it is a sudden death match now. Oh, but down goes Jody. Opportunity, perhaps, for Cacao, but Tizo has returned defensively for Wamelon. Takes down one, but that leaves Wamelon defenseless here. That throw's unblockable. And there it is for the winning score. GG.
The scribes themselves surely have taken note. The rite is
Uh-oh.
done.
Uh-oh. Well played, you two. Let's head on back.
Stars align.
Oh, no. Oh, no. What is he doing? What is he doing, chat? Somebody stop him. Somebody stop him. One moment. One moment. One moment. One moment. One moment. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, that was a lot of customized op requests. That was a lot of customized op requests. Potato, for good measure, throws in a little exiles request. 17 says Wamelon. I have not counted it up yet, but I would not doubt that it's somewhere around that territory. Tell you what we'll do. We will turn customize off for the remainder of this matchup between Cacao and Wamelon. And that's how we'll approach it. Did we have a civil war that was specifically just customized off for the entire time? Yes. Yes, we did. So, it's not as if this was just something we've never seen before. I'm afraid it is not nearly as novel as it might have originally seemed. Pretty sure Cacao probably participated in that very civil war, but I don't recall. Alas. So yeah, we'll go customize off for just the remainder of this Wamelon versus Cacao showdown, so that, other people that jump in still have the chance to select some teams and give chat the chance to do some other stuff as well, request-wise, and not just get locked into customize off for the remainder of the RITE NITE. Yeah, for what it's worth, chat. For what it's worth, hold on. Let's see if I can pull it up. Might even just show you. Let's see. Over here. Then over here. Then there is customize off. And for what it's worth, I can give you guys a cooldown. If somebody requests customize off, I can make it so that nobody can request it again for another, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 100 minutes. I can make it so that you can only do it, 3 times per stream, 5 times per stream, 10 times per stream. There are some other requests that we've done this for. Or we can do it so that a specific person can only request it once, 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, so on and so forth. So, not to be that guy, but, if people try to just sabotage the stream by showering us with a certain kind of request, then there are fail-safes that we can use to, prevent that from happening. I'd rather not go that route if we don't have to, because obviously, it's one thing to protect people who are, or protect us from people who are trying to abuse the system to a certain extent. It's another thing to potentially slow down people who want to legitimately make some requests of that regard. Now, I know Cacao is doing this in jest and gave us some forewarning that something like this was going to happen, so I know it's not, all ill-intended and what have you, but just for future reference, if it starts to get out of hand with stuff like that, and, it gets to the point where we're gonna not be able to do anything for the remainder of the stream, then that's where I might need to jump in and do stuff like that. It's a lot of lid coin as well, for what it's worth. There was a lot of lid coin as well. Which is another reason why I timed him out so that he would not continue to just spend every last lid coin that he had, although he might have already done that. Yeah, so like, for example, Sermon Intro has a limit, Falcon Ron has a limit, all the time. Sermon Intro in particular, and Arena Request even, were specifically put in place because there were people in the past who tried to abuse those systems, and like, it's funny to a certain extent, yes, but to the point where it detracts from the stream overall and takes away the fun for everyone else. It's like, okay, you know, we have to draw the line somewhere. So like I said, I get it. This time around, all fun and games. And Cacao kind of gave us the heads up that something like this was going to happen. So I understand that it's, you know, it's just kind of a silly little thing that he was doing in jest. But on the other hand, if it gets out of hand, then, you know, in the name of making sure that we still have a RITE Night to play, every once in a while we do need to step in and, you know, make sure that things don't get derailed too much. Yeah, people deliberately spam Sermon Intro just to slow us down so we'd have fewer rights. So like, there's a perfect example of, like, is Sermon Intro fun? Yeah, every now and again, to give it a little more gravitas to the right. On the other hand, if we have it every single right, and we're just slowing things down and it means fewer rights over the course of a RITE Night, then, you know, overall, that means we might get fewer people in, might get fewer matches in, and less time for people to play, and that's, overall, just not really something that we want to have happen. Did I forget? Well, Sermon Intro is now on. Sermon Intro is now on. That case, it was just me forgetting in that case. But, alright, so, let's turn Customize off for this one. As I said, we can do it for the remainder of the ones in which Cacao is taking part in, because, you know, basically, he decided to spend a bunch of lid coin to do something silly. We'll let him partake of his own silliness, but we won't have every single subsequent person be subject to that same type of thing. Can you reconnect? Sure. Let's see. There you are. Is it only? Oh, both of them are customized off. And Cacao can only do one more anyways. Alright, well, oh, let's also reset this. But, Cacao. Oh, that's what you mean. That's what you meant by you can do one more. Alright, I mean, if you insist, I have forewarned you. I'm only going to turn Customize off for the matches you are partaking in. It means randomize Exiles, Masteries, and Talismans. And we'll just get thrown straight in, won't even get to see what they are in advance.
The dissidents shall now face the tip.
For Wamelon, it's a sap, a harp, and a cur. For Cacao, it is a worm, a demon, and a sap. Titan Tooth on somebody. I didn't catch it. We see some additional starting Pyre life for Cacao and reduced starting Pyre life for Wamelon coming from one of Cacao's talismans. So we have at least some knowledge of the talismans here.
A second wind.
See what we can figure out the other aspects of their setup here. So Jody. Does she have Brazen Manor? She does. Oh, okay. So she's at least partially a left-sided demon in that case. And able to jump in with... Oh. Did the Brazen Manor just expire? Must have, because I don't know how else Wamelon would have reduced Jody's damage by 10, because it's not like he has a Stubborn Flame Crone or anything like that. Thought we might have seen Barker only has a single jump for Wamelon. Maybe Wamelon had only opted to use one jump on that occasion, but that might be a primarily right-sided Barker. Zoxiana. to Parker. Passes it over just in time before he gets banished. Soxiana again. Hold it full friend. Web Lanthorn on... Who was that? Was that Manly? Might have been. Well shielded from Cacao, but then speeds in with the worm for 15. Yeah, thanks, Baylor. Yeah, as I said, I think that's... It's one thing, you know, point taken, you know, you had your fun. But on the other hand, to the point where it starts to bleed over into everyone else's rights for the rest of the RITE Night, like, okay, at that point, you're dragging other people down with you, and that part's not cool. Cacao with the deliberate throw the orb at my own Pyre so that it bounces out strategy. Wamelon. With Soxiana. And she makes it all the way in here for 20. Oh, well defended there from Wamelon. Parker banished. Here comes Volfred. He's banished as well. Wamelon momentarily defenseless here. Jody tries to speed ahead, and she does have Brazen Manor. And Cacao be quick enough with her to benefit from that. Not quite. Parker, he's cut off. Down goes Wolford once again. Wamelon defenseless here, although, of course, Barker, being a cur, does come back very quickly from banishment, so it's unlikely to see him defenseless for long. But Cacao does find a window there to throw it in for 15 with the worm. Somehow avoids banishment from the harp there. Wolfred trying to move in. Now Wamelon opting to go with Soxiana instead, plunging for 20. Cow. Okay, for a second there I thought he might have disconnected, but it looks like he's good now. And throws it in for 15, and that drops Wamelon down to 15. So I would say one more might be all it takes, but then again, we do see that both players actually have saps and therefore may have some rekindling. Did we catch who the Titan Tooth was on there? Is it on Cacao's Lady River, actually? It might be. We saw the exploding sapling there from Cacao, which means he's not entirely right side, so may not be full rekindling, but here comes the throw, and it is the full 50 rekindling for Wamelon. So plenty of Pyre life back here, meaning this match is far from over. Of course, may see some rekindling from Cacao, but I don't think it'll be as much because we have seen some right-sided, or rather left-sided masteries for him. Wall of green auras around that orb. And Core, thanks for the sub. How's it going? How are you? Unblockable throw from Cacao for 15. How's it going, Core? We are in the middle of a customized elf match between Wamelon and Cacao. We saw some rekindling for Wamelon. We suspect that Cacao, if he does have any, would have less. Ooh, quick maneuver there from the sap for Cacao. Down goes Jody. Cacao perhaps waiting to get Jody back here to use her as the go-to attacker, but down goes Manly. Oh, and the stunning claim, very well timed, setting up this 30 damage plunge as Jody was the only character capable of moving. And I don't know if we'd seen a stunning claim yet in this match, so Not sure if Cacao knew that he had it, but took a good guess in that case. The imp is going crazy. Oh, that is not often you see the casting harp go down to a sapling. Those harps are technically capable of taking those saplings out. Oh! Cacao speeds ahead for the winning score. GG.
Themselves stood by their side. The ceremony is complete.
All right, let's head on back.
Until the stars align.
So yeah, you know, it might have been 17 customized offs. Possibly. Possibly. We may have redeemed slash, you know, said no to some of those, as at a certain point, need to draw the line and still let other people play. Yeah, that was a pretty strong defensive team there, right? Cacao had what? A sap and a demon, so lots of big auras. And then a speedy worm to compensate for the lack of speed that he had from those other two characters. So, I suppose, Phaler, you refunded all but one of the customized offs is how you did it? In that case, do we say we had our fun with the one customized off match and we leave it at that? Or, okay. Why don't we go that route then? And just to check with both Wamelon and Cacao, are you guys still good to stick around? Do either of you need to swap out? How are you feeling? Cacao can go for a couple more, okay. Customize off is a lot of fun. It definitely is a lot of fun. On the other hand, just want to make sure that we don't subject every single person to customize off without having, you know, a little more consent on their part. All right, in that case, why don't we go, let's do two more here between Cacao and Wamelon, and then maybe after that we might look to do a double switch. So if there's anyone else in chat who is interested and just needs a little more time, or, you know, is looking to get in soon, then we can swap you in the near future. And we can switch you over from temper stick users if you'd like. Okay. As we were saying before, iRotor has specifically tested this out to make sure that the colors are still possible to distinguish between, because in the base game it is kind of hard to tell between the two colors here. But iRotor has adjusted them, so it should still be usable, and we've done it before. Yeah, maybe after we finish with Wamelon and Cacao, we can try proxy with someone else. I would say ideally someone else on controller, I think, because proxy we had you against someone on mouse keyboard, right, is what caused the issues. But maybe if we have you against someone else on controller, that might work better. And Potato can go after? Okay. So yeah, and Potato, you can do controller, right? So maybe we do Potato versus Proxy after this? That sounds like that could be a good approach. Alright. Nice. So let's do this one here. We'll do a couple more between these two, and then we'll swap things over.
The dissidents shall confront.
Okay, it is now the Glade of Liu.
Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
And that is an infinite stamina messenger imp in the first spot for Wamelon. No Cacao. Okay, Lendl in the first spot for Cacao. Has he gotten the chance to use Lendl? He's at least used Lendl once today, right? I remember earlier he was saying how he wanted to use Lendl, but was forced into going with Headwind. But no, Lendl is generally his nomad of choice, of course, especially now when he's back to using his preferred triumvirate, the Accusers. Makes sense, seeing as how Lendl is the Accusers team captain. Jody in the second spot there for Wamelin. I've seen a fair bit of Jody coming from Cacao as well, although I was just thinking. Then again, Vispaleth is a member of the Accusers, so when it comes to demons on Cacao's side, it would make the most sense to go the Vispaleth route. Final choice is a Web Lanthorn Raji for Wamelin. Says, oh, I was like, hold on, why couldn't you take Tizo? Then I remembered. Well, I mean, he's true to the lore. He is true to, whoa, look at that huge implosion for Wamelin, and that is just the setup that Wamelin is looking for this uncontested 30 damage demon throw. And perhaps looking to repeat history here, and meanwhile, Cacao runs away with Lendl. Like, if I can save one person, at least I can make it Lendl, but down goes Lendl as well. The imp does come back, but not quickly enough to stop Wamelin here. And Wamelin off to a very quick start. Oh, but well banished there from Cacao, and suddenly it is Wamelin who's defenseless. And of course, those demons, they can score a lot of points very quickly. They're high base damage, and so no lead is safe here, with both players using a demon on their teams. Wamelin, infinite stamina, oh, but catches the edge of that cast. And Jody goes down, but still finds a way through with the imp for 15 here. And oh, was looking for, I think, a little more on that imp implosion. Attempt number 2. Gets rid of one defender, make it 2 defenders. Imp versus Imp. Wamelin, oh, does lose out on that attack there. Does have Jody back. Demon versus Demon. But Cacao has the range on that throw to get that in for 30. Wamelin goes for the double banishment with one of the Imps. Jody through the portal has the infinite stamina, and that is just enough to catch Lendl. Although accidentally goes through the portal, it's a little hard to get that orb when it is hiding behind the portal. And so perhaps a bit of a missed opportunity, does manage to get it here. But now Cacao has set up much more of a defense. And perhaps Cacao looking to return the favor here. As here comes an infinite stamina Vispaleth. Just enough time to get off that 30 damage throw. And as I was saying before, no lead is safe when you're talking about teams that both have demons on them. Oh, and Cacao saw an opening there when Wamelin tried to go through the portal for infinite stamina. Meanwhile, Cacao was just making his way straight for the Pyre, and Cacao has now retaken the lead. Oh, and that could have been game right there. As with 25 Pyre life, Cacao does have enough damage with Vids Paleth. And here she is. But down go both demons. Cacao defenseless momentarily, Imp versus Imp. Oh, and Wamelon with the ever-dangerous portal does a double banishment. About to get Jody back. But she's off screen. Now she appears. But Cacao has recovered. Goes for the triple Celestial Spike. You don't see that every day. 720 minus 90, whatever that ended up being, and takes the win.
Their pyre burns whilst that of their adversaries is but ash. The rite is ended.
GG.
Until the next rite.
Alright, well, I think we were saying we would do one more between these two before we switch out to Proxy and Potato. So is there anything else we want to see between them before they part ways here? Well, Cacao says we're going back to the Glade. Is that all? Knights of the Sea, okay. So the song is set as well. One sap. Exile request from Proxy. Cow says, alright, that'll do. That'll do. Why don't we get this started then? One sap on the Glade.
The dissidents shall now face the accusers. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites? Ametha.
Speeding Hamatha in the first spot for Wamelon. Alright, well, it is. Let's see. Sap number 1. Almus with Nutrition Stick. That is theoretically the sap that was requested. And Proxy, I feel like we might need to clarify here. Precisely one sap, or is it one or more saps? Yeah, I can, I'll reconnect you, Cacao, once, Wamelon has selected this exile. Alright, let me just get Cacao back here real quick. Let me get you back here real quick. There we are. One minimum. Okay, one minimum sap. You can do more if you'd like. I will remind you both. It's 5 or more saps does crash the entire game, and this right will not happen if that does come about. I will remind you that's 5 or more saps breaks the game.
Manly.
Not yet, but it could be. Well, Cacao is perhaps shown his hand here. And when Melon goes for a quick throwing Bertrude, which means that there are currently 3 saps in the match, and therefore, technically speaking, Cacao could have a 3rd sap and still have a sap that is capable of creating a sapling, which is the reason why Cacao was likely telling Melon, please do not select a sap. I want this last sap to be able to create a sapling, so I can get the full-blown triple sap experience with canned singularity, no less. Alright, here we go in what is theoretically our final match between Wamelon and Cacao. Cacao voluntarily chooses to go triple sap. It was a requirement for at least 1 sap, but Cacao said no, 1 simply will not do. 2, that's just not enough either. 3, on the other hand, well, that's enough to throw it in for 25 here. So normally, of course, a triple sap team would be pretty solid defensively. You can cover a lot of ground with all those sap and sapling auras. On the other hand, if the opposing team can fly or throw over those saplings, that is perhaps a little bit trickier. Throw is off target here, though. Of course, offense generally is the trouble area for those saps, but quick throws on what is naturally the greatest throwing range class is a useful trick. As Melanie is defenseless here. And that is once again the quick throwing sap. Good for 25. Down goes 1 sap. Gal retreats, but loses 1 there, nearly 2. Manly. Oh, and opportunity here for Wamelon, but Cacao quick to respond. As soon as he got an exile back, and look at this. No one back to defend, and this might not be the quick throwing sap, but plenty of time to still get the 25 damage throw in, and that actually triggers Wamelon's rekindling here. It's 50 on the second light bar. Throw from the Crone is unblockable, and that does land for 30. However, although things may appear to be tied here, this is, of course, the second light bar for Wamelon, and it is still the first for Cacao, and as Cacao does have 3 saps on his team, well, let's just say that second light bar could be ginormous. And Bertrude gets cut off here. Now, just trying to protect the orb a bit, now has control of it. Dodges 1 cast, but gets taken out by the second. Well-placed sapling. But Wamelon gets rid of it. And tries to move in here with Pamitha, but she's stopped. Wamelon momentarily defenseless, but now gets all the reinforcements. Gets rid of a sap and a sapling. Pamitha down, though. That leaves just Bertrude back here. She's banished. Now only Palmas remains. He goes down. Pamitha returns, though. She gets rid of one of the opposing saps. And shielded off by the second. Melon, oh, trying to move in. Not enough time for that throw.
There goes old Bertrude.
Oh, and sneaky maneuver there from Cacao. Blinking to the other side of the defender. Finding an opening for this 25 damage throw.
The dissidents seem to be falling behind.
Melon with Bertrude. That throw might not have the range. It falls short. Cacao just needs one full damage score and, well, misses the target here. That could have been the opportunity he was looking for. Melon stopped this time. Ametha goes down as well. That leaves Palmas back defensively, but that's all that Melon needs here. Melon, oh, nearly found room for the plunge straight into the Pyre with the sap.
Sorry, Manly.
Ametha out for blood, and that's 2 saps down. And then finally finds a way in for 20 here after what was a very long round. Does, however, mean no Ametha now for Melon. Does make matters tougher, especially in times like these where there are no defenders back to stop Palmas. Oh no. Oh no.
The accusers prevail.
GG.
And such a well-conducted victory it was. The right.
Chad walking. Alright, well. Let's head on back.
Until the next round.
Well played, you two. And I think we had said this was the time in which we try to get in Potato and Proxy, if both of you are still interested and available at this time. Does that work for you guys? In the meantime, let me just reset ourselves here to our defaults. Still works for Potato. Yeah, and I think Potato goes controller as well, and we can do double controller. That's fine. So that's, I think, at least a good test, as I'm hoping maybe double controller will circumvent the issues that we were running into previously. So let's go, now I'm trying to think, is there a strategic way to invite you to in a specific order that might be more likely to succeed? I'm gonna invite Potato first, I think. Let's try that. Also, Potato, are you currently on stage? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Okay. Invite sent to you. Then Proxy. Invite sent to you. Okay. And Triumvirates, I know Proxy, you were saying Beyonders are your team of choice. Potato, what are you thinking today? Fire Hearts for you? Okay. Let me see what Remote Play says here. Remote Play is still saying that Proxy is using 2 controllers, but what I'm hoping is that because Potato is on a controller, that is not going to be an issue. So let's see. It says that Potato is player 1, and that Proxy is players 2 and 4. Maybe we try this, and we see if we can at least get a workaround for the issues that we were seeing before. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. And let's switch around your sigils as well. No more dissidents, no more accusers. yes to the Pyre Hearts, and yes to the Beyonders. Okay, so Cal has, well, not so surprisingly, opted to turn Customize off here. One more, please. Well, I think more than anything, we are concerned about, is this going to work from a control standpoint? Because, as we saw previously, we tried to get Proxy in and we ran into some wonky controls slash remote play weirdness that made it so that Proxy was unable to move. So, hoping that that will still work here. And this will, in fact, be Proxy's first real match, one would hope, in a RITE Night. So, tell you what, Cacao, yes, we can do your Customize off, but let's first just do a totally normal match in which we don't take any requests from chat and just use this as a bit of a test run to hopefully see if Proxy can get everything to work here. And also, because it will be Proxy's first match, give Proxy a chance to warm up, and then we can go into the Customize off stuff. But let's just assess what the current state of affairs is, because last time things did not work out as intended for Proxy. Naturally, I'm pretty sure this is a boat. Oh no, it's Falsolium. Okay, sure.
The Beyonders. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
And it has been a while since we've last had Potato in. Would hope you're doing well, Potato. Of course, we'll have to see if Potato has been scheming anything up in the meantime. Any new strats that are about to get released to the public here. New ideas never before seen. Doing well, not scheming. Oh, well, I mean, those two things are not mutually exclusive. Alright, and Proxy goes for a Bertrand with the legendary talisman, so she'll be able to cast through barriers. Then T-Zone in the next spot for Potato. And Proxy going for at least the first of those potentially infinite stamina rings. Then a Meta Jody in the last spot for Potato. And last one for Proxy is a Gilman with the other ring. Now, of course, question here is, can Proxy move? And it looks like Proxy can, and that is great news. So here we have what will be the first match ever for Proxy during a RITE Night. You'd love to see it. Welcome to the RITE Club. Happy to have you, of course. Going up against Potato here, who, as I was saying before, it has been a while since we've last seen Potato. So excited to see this matchup for sure. Interested to see if either player will be bringing some new strats. Breaking them out for the first time here. There is an infinite stamina Jody sneaking around and getting in a celestial spike throw for 30. Ametha. Oh, just enough on that cast to get rid of Bertrude. That leaves just Gilman back defensively at the moment, but that's all that Proxy needs to banish 2 of Potato's would-be attackers here. Bertrude, big cast there. Oh, and just enough for Pamitha to avoid getting hit by that. But Potato continues to press forward here. And Proxy trying to dissuade Potato from doing just that with those big casts. That is a dangerous portal, though. It is very close to Proxy's Pyre. Meanwhile, Proxy is on the attack here, though, with a very speedy Gilman. Down he goes.
How fortuitous. Into the adversary's flame.
Down goes Pamitha. Means Proxy back at full strength. Potato goes through the portal. And as we said, it was right next to Proxy's Pyre, setting up this 30 damage throw.
Be gone, Bertrude.
Potato flies in over the cast here for a 20 damage plunge.
The rite is nearly ended.
Big cast from Bertrude, but down she goes. Jody knocks back one defender. Knocks back the defenders again. Trying to carve out some room for the winning plunge.
Higher hearts prevail. And what a crushing victory it was.
GG.
The rite is complete.
All right, well, happy to see that it looks as though Proxy, we were able to get you in there and have the controls work as intended. Any issues, or is it all working according to plan now? Lag was bad, but otherwise GG. Okay, nice, nice. In that case, we did have a request last time to turn Customize off. We delayed that a little bit. So perhaps we break that out now. Did I forget to kick you out? Devious. Devious. Oh, this is true. This is true. All right, well, Melon may or may not have been technically, indirectly, kind of, sort of participating in a way, but not really, in that previous match. So, now that Melon has been kicked, theoretically, your performance might be slightly better. I mean, who knows exactly how remote play works with regard to all that stuff, but yeah, maybe. Alright, try again as a proper welcome? Well, by that do we mean that now it's time to unveil the Customize Off match, or do we mean we postpone that for one more and say, alright, you know, maybe now that when Melon is gone, we can try an actual no request one for the first match? For Forbidden Knowledge. Okay. Well, that can certainly be arranged. That can certainly be arranged. All right. So, you're experimenting. And Proxy's down for Customize Off. Okay, so let's do that then. So we'll go Forbidden Knowledge, which means randomize exiles, masteries, and talismans. Won't even get to see what they are in advance. Just going to get thrown straight into the action here, and, you know, we'll have to guess as to what exactly people have. And we'll see. We'll see how that plays out here. Your guess is as good as mine. Isle of Kalamer, no less. For Potato, 2 Curs and a Nomad. For Proxy, Nomad, Imp, and Worm. Oh, and that's extra damage on that throw.
Hearts are first to strike their adversary.
Okay, so learning some things right off the bat here. One of Potato's Curse has extra throwing damage, or maybe damage altogether. Oh, and Dying Flame, okay. Extra damage for Proxy as well. That damage triggers when Proxy is behind, and that was the case as Potato scored first, so worked out well for Proxy in that way. Lucky Break on Dalbert means he might come back more quickly from banishment. There is also a plunge on Potato's side coming from Snadra. That is the extra throwing damage. Okay, so it's Rookie who has the extra, at least throwing, possibly plunging damage as well. And he's the one with Lucky Break. They both have Lucky Break. Okay, so they're at least partially left side curves. Ooh, an opening here. That plunge came from which of the curs? Rookie. Okay, so yeah, Rookie is specifically throwing damage and throwing damage alone. And looks like he's all left side, because that was only 15 damage. And the first mastery on the right side would have made that a 20 damage plunge. Oh, look at that. Proxy outmaneuvered the initial cast, but Potato able to recover in time. Oh, and Lendl just caught the edge of that cast. But down goes Snadra. Proxy speeds ahead, but gets blocked. Here comes Potato. Oh, Proxy built a wall, but somehow, some way, Potato found a way through and actually has Leech on Dalbert, which did, of course, kick in there. Lendl caught the edge of that cast as well, but down goes Snadra once again. And Proxy can outspeed the Curs with that worm. And, all the way around, seemingly the entire defense multiple times, but Potato does eventually recover in time to stop what would have been potentially a scoring play. Here's Raji on the attack. Oh, and going for the throw there, but it's intercepted. But Potato, once again, throw intercepted once again. Proxy. Moving in with Lendl. Lendl jumps over. Oh! Actually gets rid of two of the defenders. Trying to find a way through, but Potato does just enough to stop Lendl there. Counterattack from Snadra. Seals the deal. GG. Is that a Tailwind Crest Imp? I'm not sure. I didn't catch it. Did it feel like it was speedier than usual? Either way, well played.
Until the next rite.
Proxy's stamina was recovering quickly. That may have been coming from Lendl in that case. He does, of course, potentially have a mastery to help facilitate that. There's also a, right? Doesn't one of the talismans do that as well? Or is that specifically just for the person holding that talisman, not for the entire team? I forget. I think it was the talisman. Alright, well, let's turn Customize back on here, unless, of course, we want to see it again. Let us know if there is anything we'd like for the next match. Otherwise, we'll just have these two take whatever they want to take. So let us know if you have anything in mind here. Let us know. In the Flame. Oh, okay. Oh, and we all become... Okay, hold on. We all become came first? Yeah. Okay, so let's do that one next. Let's see. All right, TariqBot, a little bit of a warm-up for you. This is your first one of the night. Wait, okay, now I need to remind myself. Which one did we just say came first? It was We All Become? Okay. There we are. Nice.
When you speak, I hear silence. Every word a defiance. I can hear, oh, I can hear.
And let's turn off the in-game music.
Think I'll go where it suits me. Moving out to a
Yeah, I think, because VPN, I think Melon is right about that. Alright, well, it looks like it might just be that song request there. So let's get this next one started then.
struck me as something fun, oh, any fun.
The Pyre hearts versus the Beyonders. Welcome.
Alright, so no requests affecting your team composition here. You are free to take whatever you'd like. Oh no. Oh no. Some good old-fashioned canned singularity action here, it would seem. And Proxy, sticking with the cast through the barriers with Bertrude.
When you speak, I hear silence.
And of course, the false step, bottled void, stowaway means that when the stowaway gets banished at the end of her jump, she will respawn from where she initiated that jump, and in doing so, trigger the bottled void, which will suck in neighboring exiles like a vacuum cleaner, like a magnet, and banish them if they fall within the aura that she, of course, has, causing a lot of chaos and potentially clearing out some space for her to, well, proceed to jump into and go for the score. Now, the rest of the team may very well be designed to find other ways to bring the stowaway back from banishment, including using Headwind's Sacred Bond ability by stepping on the stowaway's portrait.
Tell yourself that you're lucky. Lying down never struck me as something fun, oh, any fun. Stabbing pain for the feeling. Now your wounds never healing till you know it's begun. Before we
And Proxy was thinking about that nutrition stick, but instead opts for the additional starting Pyre life on Volfred there. Last one is Gilman for Potato. So he's all set up. Then Proxy finishes with an infinite stamina Messenger Imp. So here we go. Match number 2 between these, or match number 3 between these two. I mean, we're not keeping track at this point, right? But there is the hand singularity strats taking effect here. Stowaway hip hopping around, down she goes, but it's actually Headwind here in the attacking position. That throw is intercepted though. Stowaway hops to the other side and had the option of deliberately hopping into those saplings, and in doing so, triggering the false step Bottled Void, but opted not to do so. Instead goes for the straightforward approach this time, throwing it in for 20. Also saw a sneaky little Gilman hiding behind one of the obstacles there, and might have caught Proxy by surprise. Here's Bertrude though. She's stopped. Meanwhile, Potato is building up a force near Proxy's Pyre, but the growing aura is enough to take both of them out. There's Bottled Void. Is the throw gonna have enough? It is. So it's Gilman for 15 here. Stowaway triggers false step, but nobody was close enough to get the magnetizing effect. Oh, but that time Bertrude was. That was Headwind doing it that time, and doesn't work for him. Does work for the Stowaway though, and there it is. Stowaway once again. Perhaps has the angle for the throw, but now Proxy in position to intercept if needed. Stowaway's throw this time, she goes down and the throw is wide. Room for Bertrude perhaps. Proxy. Get some stamina back here. Can't avoid Headwind. Stowaway goes down just after the jump, so no false step here. But exploding Gilman clears out a little bit of space. Stowaway just narrowly avoids banishment the first time, but does go down there to the sap. Time for Bertrude. Does she have that range? Well, not enough time to get it off. Stowaway takes out the sap. Or rather, Headwind takes out the sap, then goes down. Room perhaps for Raji, although dispossessed by the Bottled Void of all things. But actually some room here to fly in, and with Inner Glory, that's 25 damage. But we did see that Potato opted to take some additional starting Pyre life. Quick throw this time, just for 17 for Potato. Bertrude takes out the Stowaway, although Bottled Void plus the Sacred Bond brings the Stowaway back, getting rid of her, and just barely Proxy able to intercept that time. Oh, but down goes Messenger Imp. And just enough speed for Gilman to sneak on through there before the defender was able to cover. Bertrude. Down to Headwind. Headwind brings back the Stowaway. Proxy resists the power of the magnetic field of Bottled Void. And now suddenly, it is Potato who is defenseless, so time for Proxy not only to just score, but actually throw it in. So that means, of course, that Messenger Imp will still be available in this round as well. It's a good presence of mind there. Throw is short from Potato. Stowaway is downed. Bertrude for Proxy. Out of stamina here. He goes down to the stowaway. Here she is. Oh, and just barely avoids banishment there. The sap comes back just in time to stop her. Gilman brings her back. Gilman down. Stowaway's throw is not quick enough. Gertrude. Sidesteps one cast. And another. Can't avoid Gilman, though. Here is Gilman. His throw lands for 15. Stowaway, not quick enough to avoid Gertrude. Oh, but the Bottled Void gets Gertrude that time. Stunning Claim, not quite the timing that Potato was looking for there. Was trying to make it so that everyone except the Stowaway was frozen, giving the Stowaway a free score. She does still manage to sneak in a 13 damage throw here, though. Here is the Stowaway, and that one does make it in. This time for 19, and that does drop Proxy down to just 16 Pyre Life, which could be enough to trigger Rekindling. Oh, and there, was that the Stunning Claim that Potato was looking for? It looks like it was, making the Stowaway the only exile capable of moving. That is the second life bar, the Rekindling there, putting Proxy on to 10. But that means that 15 damage plunge is all Potato needs. GG.
The ceremony is complete.
Well played, you two. Let's head on back.
Until the stars align.
Alright, well, we had one other song request. Oh, no, don't make me end the song right now. Oh, gosh. Just before the beat drops. When was I supposed to end it, right? Well, we do have a new song request, but let us know if there's anything else we'd like for the next one. This one was In the Flame. Okay. That we don't have built in, I don't think, right? We do need to repot for it. If I could spell it correctly, that is. Stream just stopped. What's been going on in chat? Not much. Well, I don't know when it stopped for you. Saw your GG earlier. How much has happened since then, I suppose? But yeah, let us know, chat, if there's anything else we want to see for the next one. Otherwise, we'll just have these two take whatever they want to take. We have the song all set. But anything else is up for grabs here. 5 minutes before that, don't think there was too much. Yeah, if running both the stream and the game itself is a lot for your computer, then it might help to, you can close out the stream, go into the Discord, and then if you don't want to talk, you can just mute yourself, but that way you can hear me in real time, and it's a way of still being able to coordinate while making it less taxing for your computer. So a lot of people choose to do that. Right, that was my impression as well, Thaler. Might as well try. Yeah, I think the best way would be turn off the stream and then join Discord instead, and you can mute yourself if you want, or you can, of course, you can talk in Discord if you'd like, but that way, Because the stream, running the stream and also playing simultaneously is a lot for your computer to handle. So that, I would think, would be the most significant change you can make. Though, heads up that if you do join in Discord, the bot is going to be really, really loud for you. Which, alas, you've probably already come to realize. So, you will need to turn down the bot's volume in all likelihood, because I cannot turn it down for you. The bot volume is specific to you. But, the default volume is astronomically loud, usually. Yeah, if you still need to chat in Twitch chat, then if you have Twitch on your phone or something like that, that could be a way to make it so that you're minimizing the amount of stuff you're trying to run on your computer while still being able to do all the stuff that you want to do. But why don't we try this route? Don't think we've seen any requests other than just the song requests, so why don't we stick with this? And just have you to take whatever you'd like to take. So up to you two. Whatever you'd like here. Stowaway first for Potato. Alright, and it's Volfred in the first spot for Proxy. Now, of course, we saw False Step, Bottled Void Stowaway last time for Potato, but no Bottled Void this time round. At least not on the Stowaway. Cow making a statement here. Empty Glade, potentially the best map in all of Pyre? I don't know, chat. What do we think? Oh yes, also, Proxy, you've probably seen it, but heads up that this is a modded Glade of Loot that does not have any of the brambles spawn in. So it will remain empty for the entirety of the match, which may affect what you choose here. It do be pretty chill. Certainly compared to the default Glade. Alright, it's Bertrand in the last spot. We saw Almer in the second spot for Proxy. Alright, next we're starting Pyre Life on Bertrude in the last spot for Proxy. So here we go. At the Glade of Lou. Stowaway. Gets the throw in here for 20. Stowaway teleports back to the orb. Looking to do some more ninja strats, but she gets cut off before she can continue to do that. So now it's Proxy. But down goes Bertrude. The opposing Bertrude. Back over to the Stowaway for Potato. And back to the ninja strats. Throw makes it in here for another 20. Stowaway. She stopped immediately this time. Bertrude. For Potato, makes it all the way in with the leap for 30. Stowaway. Cornered. Big explosion, though, leaves just Bertrude remaining for Proxy here. Oh, and almost got the throw off, but not quite enough time. Oh, and Potato tries to go through the portal, but then realizes, oh, hold on. Proxy had that planned, had it covered. And, oh, Crone versus Crone. That throw is unblockable. And Potato does get it off. Has to cut it a little bit short here for just 23 rather than the full 30. Bertrude for Potato. Plunges for 30, and that drops Proxy down to 7. One score. Perhaps all that Potato needs here. Once again, going ninja strats with the Stowaway, but that's intercepted. Bertrude. Chased down by the Stowaway. Then the Stowaway chased down by a Sap. Savage versus Savage. Oh, intercepted by Ulmer. He goes down here. Bertrude has returned for Proxy. Stowaway. Potato. Oh, not quite. Stowaway. Throw intercepted. Oh, but that one does make it in there. Triggers the rekindling, though. So Proxy still holding on with the second life bar of 10. And that throw sneaks on through to take the win. GG. All right, let's head on back. And we're already seeing a request here from chat for Exiles. Let's see what they have planned here. And Talismans. Oh, Black Claw on Orlex specifically. Any spot, doesn't matter where he is. Oh, hold on, someone's disconnected. Is that you, Potato? Who was that? Potato says he's still here. Did we lose Proxy? I think we might have lost Proxy. Okay, no worries, Proxy. Well, thanks for stopping by. Good to get you in. And welcome to the RITE Club. Always a pleasure to see someone get in for the first time. 4 is available, as is some new. Perhaps it is time for a double switch then. We did, unfortunately, get bogged down a little bit at the beginning with some technical issues, so maybe we make a point of shuffling through a little more quickly here. Yeah, why don't we do that then? I think that makes sense. Why don't we do that? Let's do a double switch. Also, let's cut that off real quick. Let me just throw back on the in-game music. And then we get in one miss. Oh, of course not. Of course. Now you're on Steam. Okay. It's you. And then who else was saying they were interested? Some new. There we are. Okay. Invites have been sent. And once you guys are in, let's just confirm who's player 1 and who's player 2.
I'm player 1 and 2, and some noob is player 4.
Remote play, well, alas, this is what was happening the previous showdown. We did still find a way to make it work. Okay, wait, now it's acting normally. Now it's theoretically acting normally. I mean, you're player 4 core, but you know that's better than being multiple players, right? Probably, maybe. Both players proceed to unplug their controllers simultaneously.
Okay, I'm still player 4.
Or you're just meant to be player 4, okay? You know, don't ask questions. Don't ask. What, you didn't know Pyre was a 4-player game, core?
No.
Oh yeah, it is now. Yeah, core is controller. You're fine. You can do whichever one you prefer. You prefer mouse keyboard? I forget. 4-player Pyre. Not even Pyre co-op win. I know, right? Not even 3-player Pyre, 1 for each member of your team. Not 6-player Pyre, 1 for each player on both teams. No, 4. Specifically 4. Free from controller? There you go. There you go. Okay, so we'll put you on keyboard and mouse. Core, I will manually try to switch you to player 1, and, you know, since there isn't anyone else going on controller, that's hopefully fine. Which teams would you guys like to be? True Nightwings for some noob.
Yeah, I'll be Pirates then.
Okay. Let's put 4 here, because we already have the Pyre sigil there. Let's put some noob over here. And switch you over from Beyonders through Nightwings, and do this too. Oh, that was right. Hold on. There we go. Okay, and let's just check for some noob. My guess is these are not going to be the controls that you typically play with on keyboard and mouse. 5-player Pyre. That'd be another weird number. Does that look right? Okay, great. Okay, do we have any requests for that? We did. We did actually have a request for this one. It was specifically 2 skills allowed. Oh, and Proxy, clarifying question. 2 skills per exile or 2 skills total across your entire team? What would you like there? Like, you can take 2 skills on 1 exile, but then that means you have 0 for your other 2. Or you could do 1 on 1 exile, 1 on another. Per exile? Okay, 2 per exile. Gotcha. Oh, hold on. Did Cacao sneak something in beforehand that I missed? Oh, yes he did. Yes he did. He snuck in 8 default skills requests. I missed it, but okay. So in that case, we go over there. Oh, hold on. Why does remote play not want us to play? Oh, did Core temporarily unplug us? Wait, what? Or can you unplug and replug your controller real quick? That was weird.
Yeah, my controller's acting up a bit.
Does remote play say now? Remote play, in theory, is cooperating at the moment. Okay. Let's start this one up then. So yeah, just 2 masteries per exiles. It's currently, oh no, rather, whatever you want. Next one will be just 2 masteries per exile.
The true Nightwings.
Have anything other than that?
Welcome.
Oh, it's Black Claw Orlek. That's what
Wait,
it is.
I
Black
thought
Claw
you-
Orlek.
I thought he was saying default as in preset.
Good clarifying question. Default equals 4?
Oh, it equals 4.
Okay, yeah. That's what we did. That's what we did. No worries. Alright, and Core starts with a quick throwing manly in the first spot.
Oh, it was a joke.
It was just a
I
joke.
think it wants preset.
Hey, Cacao, make up your mind. Hold on a second. That has stopped scrolling for me. Yeah, clarification, please, Cacao. Are you looking for just any old 4 masteries, or are you looking for a preset? Okay, well, hold on. Looks like Cacao meant presets. We can lock in the boat if you guys would like, because I know you want to be playing on the boat.
I would not like.
I know you guys want to be playing on the boat. Oh, hold on. Preset is gonna force us to do this. Do we need to... Oh, we need to actually... Hold on. Exit versus mode. Then we can do it. Now it should work. Now that's a known bug.
The Pyre hearts shall take on the true Nightwings. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Okay, so preset masteries means that the masteries are, well, pre-selected. And in some cases, if exiles have numerous masteries or strong ones, then their stats can actually be modified one way or the other.
Well,
Sakor opts
Gilman,
for an extra leaping distance talisman on Gilman. There you see, Messenger Imp has 4 masteries, which is a pretty good deal. And so some noob opts to go Web Lanthorn on that Messenger Imp.
exile.
Core goes for Leech on Vorfrit in the next spot. Alright, and we technically are looking for, yes, Black Claw and Orlek.
Orlek.
And so that does need to be Core's last selection, that would mean, as he's not yet taken.
Orlek?
There's a Black Claw Orlek request, that is true.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Orlek.
Then Power Casting Snadra in the last spot for some noob, and here we go. First matchup of the night between these two. Orlek, of course, the best when it comes to the extra distance jumps on the boat. Here he is for Core. Oh, sprouted some wings. Setting up this 25 damage plunge.
The orb is up.
Core
Gilman through
throws for 15 with Gilman here. Gilman stopped this time. Here comes Orlek for some noob. But he gets cornered. Snadra. Thinking about bringing back Orlek, but opts not, or doesn't have time to. Oh, extra burst of airtime on that Orlek jump as well from Core. Of course, you never quite know what you're gonna see whenever you jump over one of those puddles with Orlek in particular. It's always a bit of a gamble. Here's some noob looking to do perhaps just that. Whoa, and does manage to circumvent all of the defenders. Leaping over the Crone and into the Pyre here for 25. That means no Orlek for this round for some noob and no time for Core to finish that throwing attempt. Meanwhile, though, here comes a quick Crone throw. That's short, a little too quick, as it did not have the requisite range. Whoa, Core with another huge Orlek leap.
Now end the ceremony.
And it means some noob at just 10 Pyre life. Core could finish the job here with one score from any of his exiles. No Orlek after he plunged with him. Orlek for some noob. Whoa, there is the extra jumping capabilities there. Didn't quite get the height, but technically that might have been all in one fell swoop. Or though, all he needs is this one to land. And there it is.
The Pyre Hearts prevail.
GG.
Perhaps they do deserve their freedom after all. Thus end this night's proceedings.
All right, well played, you two. Let's head on back.
Until the next rite.
And now, this one is the match in which we'll have that 2 mastery request. Well, let us know if there's anything else we'd like in addition to that. Yes, to confirm, 2 masteries per exile. And I pick the exiles. Oh, okay. All right then. I pick talismans as well, apparently. Will that be all? And the song, apparently I'm picking the song too. Why don't we do... That might be the first... No, it's not the first time anyone said Lids picks the song, but that is definitely less common. And then Iroder still jumps in and says dirty deal. I'm picking Exile. Did I say that? Yeah, basically I'm picking everything. I'm picking Arena. You know, I'm picking everything. I'm picking everything. We did just do the boat. That is perhaps not what I'll opt to choose here in that case. Oh, well. Well. I mean. Also, I forgot to do a song, though. Okay, well, hold on. Just give me a second here. I'll pick a song. I mean, Dirty Deal might be the song that I would select anyway. So maybe we just kill 2 birds with 1 stone here and say that, yeah, you know, I could certainly be convinced to go Dirty Deal.
The Pyre Hearts.
All right, and well,
The true night wings.
some of you probably know where this one is going. Some of you probably know where this one is going. Quick throwing, especially quick throwing. Gareth in the first spot. Most stylish man in the downside, especially when he's wearing the true Nightwing's raiments, without question.
Exile.
Then for
BD Heart.
nope. I appreciate the offer, but nope. Nope, this one is also quick throws. In this case, it's banishing throws on Almer. That's going to be the top spot for both people, but the bottom spot for both people is going to be a stowaway with, you guessed it, quick throws, and in her case, the ranged throws. And then bottom for you. No, not prayer beats. Sling bullet for you. And let's complete the mirror here. And of course, bonus points for anything that you do off the wall. There you go. Want to see those off-the-wall throws and jumps and all that stuff. That is what this team composition is set up for both players to do, of course. With their ranged throws, their quick throws, their... Whoa! Banishing throws. That one nearly made it in after a serious pinball action. Aw, straight into the Pyre. Boring. Boring! Off the wall! Off the wall! Off the wall! Stowaway. She stopped. Gareth. Almer for core. He's banished. And core now has control once again and is, going for the banishments. With his Almer, of course. But can't avoid getting banished with him. Stowaway. Off the wall and in. That is more like it. 14 damage in this case. Intercepted, though. Gareth down. By the other Gareth now. And for him, thought about the throw straight into the Pyre. Said, nay. I go off the wall. Intercepted by Gareth. Oh, double banishment from the opposing Gareth for core. Time here for core to go off the wall, but the angle was not right. Stowaway versus Almer. Almer gets a double banishment here. And although you would think that behind the Pyre there might be an easy place to throw it in from, it is actually, I find, one of the more difficult spots. Gareth on the move here. But some noob's throw is intercepted. Off the wall, core goes, but some noob's not having it. Oh, and core turns right around and banishes the would-be defender. And off the wall he goes, in for another 20 damage throw. Gareth for core. Banished. Oh, and triple banishment for core. Plenty of time here. Can pick whatever angle he'd like and does line it up well here. Getting the 20 damage on this throw off the wall. Core chases down the orb but gets banished. Some noob with the stowaway. She goes down. And some noob defenseless until the stowaway returns. Here she is. Intercepts just in time. Gareth. Stopped. Ooh, and Almer nearly was as well. Now he is. But the stowaway returns. She has the range, but her throw is intercepted. Four. Gets cornered here by two of the defenders. But has it back with Gareth. Gareth. Oh, he's stopped here from the cast. Stowaway over one defender, but can't make it past the second one. Some noob here with Gareth. Oh, about to pass it, but the pass recipient gets banished, as does Gareth. Some noob defenseless, and core goes off the wall with the jump. Oh, and he was thinking about it that time as well. Gareth stopped just as he was about to receive the orb. Gareth versus Gareth. And surprise, surprise, Gareth wins. Core defenseless for the next few seconds here. And Gareth throws it in. Might not have been off the wall, but I mean, it's Gareth. You can't complain. Throw is short here. Core has it back. Looking off the wall. Receives it back. But Stowaway goes down. Stowaway trying to snipe. Intercepted. Oh, and quick throw there for 12. Gareth versus Gareth. One Gareth down, two Gareths down. The world's a much less stylish place now. Almer vanishes with his throws and does get rid of one of the defenders. Gareth for some noob. Vanished. Now the Stowaway. Throw is intercepted. Core on the counter. Goes off the wall with a jump and didn't quite make it directly in after, but I suppose we'll give it to him.
Their pyre burns, whilst that of their adversaries is but ash.
GG.
The rite is ended.
Alright, well, as I said, perhaps some of you could predict, when everything was up to me, what direction I was going to choose to go in there. Just enough masteries to work with to make that one still function. Core's like, please guys, just let me pick my own exiles. Alright, well, let's reset the arena. And we will have actually a Tariq bot request here. Let's go back to the usual masteries. Let me just put this back before we forget to our defaults. But we're actually going to want to go here. It was in the blood. Okay. Okay. And for exiles, Nor says sure, pick whatever, but we'll be in the book. Okay. Anything else? Sermon intro turned on. Sure thing. All right. Let's get started.
Stand forth, exiles. Welcome to the Book of Rites. Here you may yet prove your worth.
Hey, what's up, Yiggly?
Themselves shall be your witnesses.
Available in a little bit. All right, we got these two in not that long ago, so we'll probably have them continue to go for a little while longer here, but we can look to switch you in after that.
Who shall strive for freedom?
So up to you to pick whatever you'd like here. The core, that's a quick throwing manly. For some noob, it is a luminous idol Tamtha, so she'll get full stamina whenever she picks up the orb. Webbed Lanthorn Messenger in the second spot there for core. Yeah, no worries, Yiggly. No worries. Power casting Snadra there, and that was a quick Ignarius selection from some noob. And then finishing with a nutrition stick on Volfred. Or well shielded there, but does eventually lose. Oh no, that's him who still has his sap. But the Numbing Gust is active here, so that is preventing Core from throwing it, although he does technically have a little area of safety within the confines of the sapling. But then again, some noob had a brief invulnerability period as the exiles were spawning in, and that was enough to chase out that sap. But the second attempt does make it in there with Snadder on the plunge for Core. So she goes in for 20. She's now gone for this round. And that is the setup that Core was looking for. Find a safe spot with the sapling from which to throw it with the sap for 25. Or trying to move into throwing range once again, and does. And those sap throws, they have a lot of range by default, but by default they are quite slow. So to speed them up with the talisman is a big difference maker. Exploding saplings as well. That combined with just chasing down some of the defenders, well, gets rid of all of them. That actually slows Core down here. And now it's some noob on the counterattack, plunging here for 20 with the harp. But that means no Tamitha in this round, as she did not have prayer beads. Or looking to repeat the strategy here, and does. And that drops some noob down to just 5 Pyre life. Now, of course, does have a sap and therefore may have some rekindling. We're about to get confirmation on that, perhaps. Not this time, as some noob able to prevent that Core attack. Now on the counter once again, with Tamitha, oh, switching into Ignarius, who his throw may have been stopped, but he banishes one of the defenders. Sandra comes through, gets the orb, goes through the portal. There is the switch. It actually moved Ignarius further away from the Pyre, though. And it leaves some noob defenseless for the next several seconds. Until Tamitha returns here. Oh, and the exploding sapling takes out Tamitha. Or once again, try to set up a safe spot from which to throw the orb. A duel of the saps. Or he's close enough. And there is that throw, and no rekindling. Means that's all Core needed. GG. Okay, no worries. No worries. Fair enough, I suppose, in that case.
Until the stars align.
Alright, well, that means that it seems as though some noob will be swapping out in Yiggly. If you are still interested and available, we can get you in here. Face off against Core. What? That's your song request? What the heck? What's that even mean? Well, we're definitely done within the blood, so we'll get rid of that. Need one more match before you can join anyway. We have a track for that? That's my response as well, right? Pretty sure we do not have a track for that. Let's see, incoming? No. No. Let's reset the book and sermon intro.
We shall see.
And Corrupt, what is up? How's it going? How are you? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Were you doing some Mass Effect? Were you doing Legendary Edition today? Were you continuing Mass Effect 1? Four hours of plat on ME3 multiplayer. Oh, it's tough stuff. It's tough stuff. What's up, Alonzo? How are you? How's it going? An orc can hop in for a match? Sure thing, I can get you in. We are doing some Pyre multiplayer here, which is like magic fantasy basketball of sorts. Just, you know, basically, you try to score on your opponent, to put it in the simplest of terms. Oh, wins though, nice. Nice. What characters were you running? Any in particular you were focusing on? let's see. Let's set up a Nora here. Yeah, kinda. Fantasy basketball fighting, sort of. Personally, I think it's actually a little more similar to hockey, for what it's worth, than basketball, but for whatever reason, basketball tends to be the one that people compare it to. Alonso, you played with Corrupt? Nice, nice. All characters you good with? Yeah, no worries. No worries. Alright, and then Nora, I assume you're looking for the normal Nightwings, not the true Nightwings here. Like so. And let's just check your controls here and make sure that you have controls on remote play. Yeah, you do. Okay, cool. But that's not what I meant to press. That is. Technically speaking, handball is actually really close. Yeah, handball would probably be the closest. You'll go chastity. Oh, okay. Or, you know. Well, thanks for stopping by, Corrupt. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, I think it's just because there's sort of like some dunking of sorts, which makes people think that basketball is the closest comparison. But you can't really destroy your opponents in basketball, whereas in hockey you can check someone, which is why I think it's kind of most similar to hockey, but that's at least my take on it. I'll switch you over to chastity here. Forgot murder was legal in hockey. Oh yeah, totally. That's definitely the way that it works. Pretty much, right? You know, just murder a guy and you have a penalty for 5 minutes. Your team will be fine. Alright, let's get this one started. Oh, that's interesting, Anor, huh? Oh yes, Cacao did have a request for Prayer Beads Sap, which is, well, that'll be interesting. That'll be interesting. So yeah, what we're seeing here is both players are choosing their setup for their teams. On the left side, we will have Core. On the right side, we will have Anor. So they have the various characters they can select between, all of which have different set of skills they can choose from. And they will all get one item they can choose as well, which gives them additional power of some variety. So this is a harp, which can fly, that Core starts with, and took an item that allows him to regain all of his stamina when he picks up the orb. Or the ball, equivalent of the ball. Murder is legal, but accidents are not.
Take Taylor and Crest or
Alright, Anor goes for a particularly speedy harp. Same type of character that Core used here. There was a request to use a sap, one of these slow lumbering tree people. They're good defensively. Except the request was to use a very offensively oriented item on them, which is going to be a little bit tricky for these players to pull off, but we'll see if they can make it happen. So basically, you'll see both players will start with a number in the bottom corners next to their names, which will pop up once the actual match starts, once they're done setting up. That is the amount of life they have on their fire, their pyre. And when their opponents gets a character to either throw the orb into their pyre or directly walks into the pyre, they will deal damage and lower that number, and if that number reaches 0, then that player loses. So you're trying to damage your opponent's pyre down to 0 in order to win. And in some cases, there are some characters that have abilities that either give them additional starting life or can actually give them a second life bar once they run out of their initial life bar, and that's what Anor is taking here if she's to go through with this character. And so here we go. So Core gets us started with his harp, but she's blocked. Now here comes Anor with her sap. Or no, that's Core with his sap. Anor setting up a wall of saplings to make it harder for Core to get through here. Core switches into his sap, but that gets banished. Core still trying to cause some trouble with his harp, but she gets nowhere. And Anor tries to make moves with her sap, but that is stopped. Core, quick counterattack with his demon, that's stopped as well. And Anor with the double sap setup, she can place those saplings, which are just those stationary circles, that basically build a wall protecting her Pyre. Core can, of course, try to fly over them, with the harp in particular. But it does make things a little more confined. Here's Core with his harp. Switches in to his demon, which can deal more damage. And so there is the first dousing. He plunges, which deals 30 damage to Anor's Pyre, dropping her from 100 down to 70. Again, if that number reaches 0, then Anor would normally lose the match. She actually does have a setup, though, that will give her a second, albeit smaller, life bar once her first one reaches 0. For now, back on the orb with his sap. Sap goes down, switches over into his harp. She's banished. Now, no one back defensively for Core, so plenty of time for Anor to set up here. Switches into her sap, which has time for... Oh, a throw, but that throw is intercepted. Core. Back on the orb here. Trying to find a way around all those saplings. And switched into his sap, trying to throw that in, but didn't have enough time. Here's Anor on a quick counterattack, but that's thwarted. Core, flying all over the place with his harp. But can he find a way into the Pyre? That is the question. Switches in to throw with the sap, but that throw is off target. Misses wide. So that is no good, but here's Anor's counterattack. Switches into the sap. Has a full damage throw, and from some distances, those sap throws are actually unblockable, which may have been the case there. Anor does get that throw in for 25, despite Core seemingly having someone in position to try to intercept it. Anor, over to Pamitha. Core is just waiting for the opportunity to banish that harp, and does. Then switches into Ignarius. He's blocked, though. Has it back. Blocked again. Still in it, though. Has the orb back. Knocking back some of the defenders, and blocked once more. Still has not been banished, though. Finally does, after well-shielded sap play from Anor. Anor now on the attack with Pamitha. Core with just one defender here. Anor switches into his sap. Gets closer, but gets banished. Oh, not Ignarius. Anor setting up some exploding saplings. Core speeding ahead with the harp and has enough time and space to plunge here for 20. Anor, no luck there with Pamitha. She's banished. She does set up a very effective exploding sapling, getting rid of the last of Core's defenders. Oh, and the 360 on the throw. You just hate to see it. You just hate to see that level of BM. Pamitha, she stopped. Saxiana, also banished. Core with Ignarius. Jumps over one defender. And nearly jumps straight into the Pyre there, but gets blocked. Ignarius still in it here. He does eventually get banished. Anor on the attack with one of the saps. Trying to avoid the defender. Switches up the angle. Back to that sap. Bullfred. Eventually does go down. Pamitha now. Trying to find the opening. And instead switches into a sap. Oh, and blinks straight into the Pyre here for 25. And tries to do something similar there, but just barely missed the mark. Core switching into his sap, but that blink was just wide. Oh, and one of the rare occasions on which a harp pushing a teammate into a defender actually cleared out space effectively and did not just sacrifice that teammate for no reason at all. And maybe that's what Anor needed to help set up this 20 damage plunge with the harp. 4. With Ignarius. Trying to get some good distance on that jump. But not quite the range he was looking for, I don't think. Blocks here. Banishes a defender, though, and still has the orb back. Blocked again, and now banished. 4 does set up a sapling nearly directly on top of Anor's Pyre, but there's a lot of overlap between that sapling and one of Anor's saplings. Now Anor on the attack with full friend. Waiting for the right opportunity here. Oh, but the shield just couldn't last long enough to protect him. Anor with just Palmas at the moment. Pamotha had plunged, which means she actually will not come back at all in this round. So for Anor, it is all up to those saps to manufacture some offense. Then again, if anyone could do it, it would be Anor. She is a bit of a specialist when it comes to the nutrition stick sap plays. Here is Core switching into the demon, right next to the opposing Pyre, banishes one of the defenders, and still has Ignarius near Anor's Pyre. Anor trying to elude him, and does for the time being with Fulfred. Fulfred, oh, does go down though, and Ignarius is still there. Core with the numbers advantage, but is still blocked. Banishes the last defender, although Anor gets one back just as the other sap goes down. And it looked like Core was in there, but not quite. Still trying though. Blocked once again. Ignarius just bullying the defenders at this point. Gets rid of one of them. Blocked once again. Will this persistence pay off? No, eventually Ignarius is banished. Now Anor again. Oh, tries to switch in to that sap right as it was getting banished. So opportunity once again for Core. Moving in both his harp and his demon here. Here comes Ignarius. Soxion on the other side. But Anor just camping the Pyre with one of those saps. It does go down, though. It triggers Numbing Gust, which prevents Core from sprinting, jumping, throwing, or using any other special abilities. Oh, but he does eventually find a way to plunge here for 30, and also with his item, his talisman, leech some Pyre life back to his Pyre as well. Anor switches. Does lose that exile nonetheless. She does have Pamotha back now in this round. Oh, but Core finds the way through, plunging here, and that was the end of Anor's initial life bar. But now there is the rekindling, her second life bar revealed. Down to 50 now, and here is Anor getting a quick plunge here with her sap. That means Volfred will be gone for this round. Core, of course, still on his first life bar, though he may also have a second life bar. He has only taken one sap, which means his rekindling, if he has chosen to take any, is likely less than what Anor has. Technically still possible, he might have 50, but I imagine he took less, if any. Anor trying to flappy harp in. Actually switches into a sap, but that gets banished. Ignarius blocked. Blocked again. But a banishment there, and gets the rebound. And plunges immediately for 30 there. And once again gets the leech as well, and that is not an insignificant amount of leech. And then follows it in quickly for the winning plunge.
The scribes themselves
Good game.
surely have taken note.
GG.
The rite is complete.
Well played.
Until the next rite.
Oh, no worries, Anor. Something, something fun first and foremost. Alright, and Yiggly is now available. And Yiggly, remind me, are you a mouse keyboard person or are you a controller person? I mean, either way, if you're going up against Core, I suppose it won't matter. So let's... Where's the Infiniworms lesson? Chat demands it. There was a request for it. One sec. Let me get Yiggly in here, and I can give you a brief explanation. Okay. Swap around the names. And Yiggly, what team would you like to be today? Nightwings? Okay. Now, heads up. Pyre Hearts and Nightwings do have somewhat similar colors. In fact, Honor usually plays Nightwings, but specifically chose Chastity here so that the colors would be more different. So, up to you. You can try it, but it might be a little hard to see the difference. Up to you. Pyre Hearts are cool too. Right now, Core is Pyre Hearts, and you are, at the moment, set as Chastity. Think it's cool? Alright. No worries, we can keep you on this then. Alright, I mean, the Infiniworms explanation is actually quite short. Basically, once we installed the mods for allowing us to play 3 of a kind of any class, I started playing 3 worms, and at first it was just kind of gimmicky, and it was fun. I liked it a lot, and so whenever I had the choice to do it, I would oftentimes break it out. It was pretty effective, but it was not like it was, you know, game-changingly, oh my goodness, this is absolutely the most powerful team the world has ever seen. We need to ban this. Everyone would be playing it otherwise. I just liked it. Other people, I think a lot of other people at the time, were not huge fans of playing worms. There are definitely those who like it and those who don't, so for whatever reason, it just really did not catch on much at the time. Then for whatever reason, several months ago, suddenly it just caught fire, and so I should say, the original Infiniworms is 3 worms, all of which have, what, L1, L3? R1, R3, I'd have to double check, I'd have to look at the masteries, but I'm pretty sure that's the mastery setup that I would use. It was, what's it called? Bright Wisp for Gilman in the first spot in the middle, so that he sprints out. If he gets banished, then he immediately passes the orb to one of your teammates, even if you don't have everyone banished on your side, which is a way of getting Infiniworms even when you have not yet triggered the Valiant Return. Then once you have only 2 worms, that means you can quite literally just sprint straight at your opponent with one of the worms, and if you do so, you're going, I mean, yeah, basically, then you start getting Infiniworm stuff once you run out of exiles. Worms are always coming back. So that's the idea, and you basically just brute force your way through, speed past as many defenders as possible, and if you fail, you try again, because the worms will keep on coming. Then, like I said, a few months ago, for whatever reason, it started to become much more popular, except that people decided to, rather than using 3 worms, swap one of the worms out oftentimes for someone who has Bright Wisp, so they can still sort of fill that starting role, but they obviously don't have the Valiant Return Mastery, which means that it's still a pseudo Infiniworms, because it will eventually break once the non-worm character comes back from banishment. So that's why I still insist on, you know, people like to call it Infiniworms. In that case, it's not. It's not the same. It is still not as good at doing the pure Infiniworm strat. It does, of course, open up some additional options. I think most of the time I've seen people use it with a Savage as that other character. And so, obviously, there's some things that Savages can do that Worms can't, so it gives you a little more of a well-rounded team. And everyone who, as of late, has suddenly seen and gone, oh my goodness, it's amazing. How is this not the best possible team? Well, first of all, it's entirely offense, especially if you're going triple worm, because the worms, with their tiny little auras, it's kind of hard to defend against some exiles. Yes, they're fast, so they can recover relatively quickly, and once you get the hang of the worm cast, then it is possible, but you can still get bullied around a little bit with the small auras. So it's generally all offense. Your best defense is your offense. You just sprint and get to the orb first, and that way your opponent never sees the orb, because once you have it, you just keep on sprinting at your opponent and triggering infinite worms, and they never see it if you play it correctly. So that's the strat. That's sort of the history behind it. Now, I call it the modified version. I call pseudo infiniworms, as in fake infiniworms, because it's not actually infiniworms. It's 2/3 of infiniworms, but you need that third piece to truly reach infiniworms territory. But that's the gist of it. That's the gist of it, and that's also why it's not nearly as effective as some people think that it might be. Trust me, as the person who started the infiniworms craze years ago at this point. It's all offense and no defense, so as soon as you get dispossessed, you're in trouble. Yeah, technically speaking, if you were trying to fit in a third exile there, you would want something that takes a long time to come back. Either you get a worm that comes back automatically and you can use that as a true infinite worms, or you take something else that takes forever to come back. So that's the infiniworms lecture. As requested. Any questions, class? Your midterm is next week. Hold up, Yiggly is controller? One sec. You are controller right now. Did you intend to be on controller? Because that would suggest you have a controller plugged in.
I think he's talking about in Pyre. It says use a mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, but it says that he has a controller plugged in.
No, but I mean in the Pyre, like it's set on chastity. It's set for that. Yeah, that should be controller. That's what he's saying.
Okay. There we go. I see. I see. I mean, at this point, there is a lot of Right Club history, for what it's worth. There's a lot of history to be learned. All the civil wars and tournaments that feels like it's just fallen by the wayside, and people don't respect the history. It says, I think it says that Core is player 1 and Giggly is player 2. In theory. In theory, it says that. Someone mind hitting their bumpers to see which triumvirate it changes for them? Is that you, Yiggly? Changing player 2? Right, because we know Steam cannot be trusted. Okay, assuming that... Yeah, that's you. Okay, so yeah, Yiggly's player 2. Confirmed? Perfect. Okay, so, in that case, we are all set with the setup. Do we have any requests in the meantime? I don't think so. So, let's get this one started then, I suppose. And we'll just have you two take whatever you'd like to take. Like the Supreme Melon War, that one, we'll have to see how much that stands the test of time, but it might make it into the history books, that's true.
The Pyre Hearts versus the Chastity. Welcome.
No requests, right?
Who shall
No requests.
the rites?
Okay.
Sir Gilman.
No requests. I pick worm.
Don't like where this is going.
I'm not
Well-
thinking infinite worms if that's what you're guessing.
Now, Core tends not to go that route. He does like to play worms a lot, but he very rarely goes the infinite worms route. At least not voluntarily.
Teaso. Sandra.
Goes for a additional starting Pyre Life Snadra in the next spot. Saw Tizo initially for Yiggly. Also, for what it's worth, in Infinite Worms, there is a correct worm to put in each spot, and there's a correct worm to put with each talisman. I say this because,
At least by the lid standard.
the exploding worm, canonically, is Deluge. Technically, that's your free talisman. You can take whatever you want in that spot, but, usually that's an exploding Deluge. Alright, I'm just saying, if you're going for an exploding worm, Deluge is the play.
You don't see double nomad too often.
What's he doing? What's he doing? Alright, and then lastly, it is a quick throwing Brazen Manor Jody.
Commence.
Little standoff in the middle here. Yiggly sets up a portal. The Core snakes around the other side and sneaks in a 14 damage throw with that worm. Yiggly just barely avoids banishment there, but the throw is intercepted. Banishes one of the defenders. That sets up a pretty dangerous portal. Yet here's Core on the attack again, and that's a throw. Looked for a second there like that might have been a plunge, but it's 13 damage this time around. Lendl, he's banished. 4. That throw looked like it was wide. It is. Yiggly opts to go through the portal and gets infinite stamina in doing so, and that is a super speedy Jody in that case. We did see Core take additional starting Pyre Life with one of the talismans. So Core still on 100 here, and Core throws this one in for 14 this time. What's up, Embarrack? How are you? Lendl. Bring back some teammates. Oh, but meanwhile, Yiggly going through that portal and causing a lot of trouble there. Oh, but Jody does go down. Double banishment, but Core still on the attack here. That throw is slightly short. And it means Yiggly may have an opportunity, to capitalize on that dangerously placed portal. It is moved back here, though. Not quite as threatening as it once was. Here comes Jody nonetheless. She is stopping there. So I mean, wouldn't call it Infinite Worms when it's a single worm, but hey, there you have it. Sets up this 15 damage plunge. Have we had enough boat today? We've actually had a decent amount of boat today, to be honest. I mean, so in that way, it's kind of a trick question. Is there ever such a thing as too much boat? It's pretty much what you need to ask yourself. As Core goes for a 20 damage throw with 10 leech. I think 3 or 4, yeah. So I leave that up to you if that is enough, or if that is too much, or somewhere in between. Ooh, and Giggly, quick response there defensively, shutting off that throw attempt. Dangerous portal remains here. And there is Giggly through the portal, and goes for a very quick throw for 12 here. Infiniboat. And for what it's worth, that is the reason why we have a limited number of arena requests, because that was legitimately a thing. Oh, and down goes everyone but Jody, who goes through the portal here, but cannot avoid that cast. Here is once again the valiant return on Gilman. This time he's blocked, though. Does explode. The core back on the attack. As by the time the voice finishes saying Lendl banished, he is the one coming back and plunging here. Core plunges with his worm. I imagine that was probably intended to be a throw. So that means now Core is Gilmanless in this round. Big power cast, though, from Lendl. He is banished. Tizo also banished. That gives the extra stamina to Gilman, plunging for 15 here. Giggly threatening the banishment. Sets up the portal, but Core is ready for it. And jumps in for the winning plunge.
Good game.
GG.
The crushing victory it was. The ceremony is complete.
All right, well played, you two. Let's head on back and let me just verify what exactly has been requested in the meantime, because I think there have been some things. Oh, and hey, what's up, Duff? How's it going? How are you?
Until the stars align.
Okay, hold on. Now we have lots of stuff happening here. Let me just verify the order of operations of these various requests. So let's see. We had Song from Emberic. Okay, we can still make that happen. Is that all we had in the meantime? And a talisman request from Giggly. Okay, hold on. Song for Flutterfly. Let's set that up. There we go. Now, technically speaking, that means that Yiggly came in with a talisman request before Duff came in to customize off. Duff was just lurking. He's just lurking a little bit. So Yiggly, if you would like to, you have precedent here for your talisman request. You did get that in first. You invoke your precedent! Alright, we'll get to Duff's customize off for the next one then. Yiggly, what would you like for that talisman request? Can you hear that? My table is made of glass, so I need to be kind of careful with this, but... No requests, just don't want customize off? Okay, no worries. Well, you'll have a normal match for this one then, and then after that, we'll go customize off for Duff. Next time, Duff, next time. Don't worry, we'll get it. Okay, okay, and in the queue, Honor, just remind me for the next one. Objection! Never played Phoenix, right? All I know is that everyone is always shouting objection. Alright, so, in that case, Flutterfly for this one. No requests for your team composition. Next time we'll have Gateless and we will have Customize Off from Duff. Strike that from the record!
The Pyre hearts shall confront the chastity. Welcome.
Well, it is the Glade.
Shall conduct the rites. Sir Gilman.
Might that mean we could be in for some canned singularity here? You just never rule it out.
What do you mean? I just took a worm. What's What's wrong with taking a worm? I took a worm last time.
T-zone.
No comments.
And I took a nomad last time, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No comments.
Sandra.
No comments.
Refrigerated emptiness.
It's the first time we've heard it phrased that way, I think.
That's what I feel when I open my refrigerator at 2 a.m.
It's true. True. It's actually the origin of Bottled Void. Vids, what is this Bottled Void of which you speak? Oh, I don't know. Maybe this? Yeah, Core, you can't hide it from me. I don't care if you put the stowaway last. I saw it coming a mile away.
I was actually about to request Glean too before this.
Alright, then it's a quick throwing Jody in the last spot for Yiggly. Here we go. Core is, in fact, breaking out the can singularity here. And there it is. And there's Stowaway coming back. Here she is once again, and that should trigger false step, I believe. There she goes. Non-stop Bottled Void setup. Stowaway just won't go away. Yiggly trying to find some escape here, but gets shoulder smashed. Does now have a relatively dangerous portal. Snadra down. Stowaway goes straight in for 20. Unexpected. Here comes Jody, infinite stamina, trying to avoid the worm, and actually gets him to throw there for 30. Yiggly with one banishment. There is the Bottled Void triggering, though. Needs to be mindful of that, and was, but that might affect, activate False Step, and it did. Oh, with the Stunning Claim to combine with it. So the Stowaway was the only exile capable of moving, giving her functionally an uncontested 20 damage throw there. Well timed from Core. Oh, but meanwhile, there's Jody speeding through with a 30 damage throw. Now, of course, these two are exchanging scores. 20 damage from the Stowaway versus 30 damage from Jody. Yiggly will take that trade. Core did, however, take some additional starting Pyre life. So someone who is quicker at the mental math than me might be able to figure out who technically wins out in that case. But once again, Core does pull off the False Step, respawn, plus the Stunning Claim to make the Stowaway the only exile capable of moving for an uncontested 20 damage throw. Here's the Stowaway once again. This time just trying to avoid the defenders. Unblockable throw from Gilman lands for 14, slightly less than the max here. Jody sidesteps a cast through the portal. She goes for infinite stamina. Can potentially outrun the defenders. Oh, and knocks back all but the one that mattered there, as Snadra does finish the job. Gilman gets exploded upon, but gets revived here. Stowaway. That should affect False Step, and there is once again the well-timed Stunning Claim. For the uncontested 20 damage throw, Core is now, for I believe the third time, pulled that off in this match. And once more like that would be all Core needs. That is going to be a False Step. And got the Stunning Claim that time as well. GG. The Sudden Claim indeed. Or False Claim. Core insists on False Claim. Okay. We'll try not to falsely name it.
Until the stars align.
Alright, so that one was the players choosing whatever they'd like. We have a Nor's song request, I believe. And also, we have Duff's customized off request for this one. Hold on, what is Proxy going with here? Up to player 2, but aid in decrease in health. Player 1 determines amount based on Titan Stars. Okay, so basically combining activate Titan Stars and reduce Pyre life. So it would mean what? Core is getting advantaged, or rather, Core is getting disadvantaged by the Titan Stars. So that would mean Core's Yiggly's benefiting from Titan Stars. Core would benefit from reducing Yiggly's starting Pyre life. Gateless is the song. Okay. Hold on, let's set that up.
I mean, I would say maybe minus 20 health, but that's under the stipulation that you can't take like the 30 health plus or decrease.
Yiggly's like, turn them all on, man. So, wait, hold on. How is this phrased? So, up to player 2, meaning up to Yiggly. But aid in decrease in health. Player 1 determines the amount based on Titan Stars. Wait. Who is this up to?
Basically, Yiggly gets to determine which Titan Stars or how many. Then, but I get to determine like how much minus health he starts with based on each one. So like I said, for instance, I said minus 20. So for instance, if he turns on 3 Titan Stars, he starts with 7 HP.
Mm-hmm. But who is the one who initiates that negotiation? Is it you, Core, or is it Yiggly?
Well, Yiggly gets to decide how many he turns on, but I say how many per.
Okay.
And then obviously you can't do the HP ones, like the plus and the minus.
And yeah, Proxy says no health Titan Stars. Okay.
Okay.
Which means that's theoretical maximum of 11 Titan Stars which would be available. All of them except the HP ones. Put me to 10 HP. Core, I can take it. And customize is off, mind you, so this is going to be really chaotic. Okay, well, sure. I'm no coward. Well, let's see it. Right. Right, and Pyre. Alright, so all but the HP affecting ones. Obviously that means Yeast Lock will be activated here. So not Archbeast. And not Endriga. Feels like a quick game. Well, we shall see. Customize turned off, of course, we'll add a Monkey Wrench. It's Harp, Worm, Imp for Core. It's Sap, Harp, Cur for Yiggly. Yiggly has the benefit of all those Titan Stars, though, and is extremely speedy. Wow. But, of course, one score is theoretically all that Core needs, except that Yiggly happens to have Rekindling. But there it is. The greed. The greed. Rigged, he says. Rigged. GG. Whose idea was it to turn all those on anyway, right? Whose idea was that? Oh, and the hummed version. I totally forgot the hummed aspect as well. Hold on. Also, that was a very quick one anyway, so... Alright, let's get rid of this one. And let's see. That will require that we break out the band camp, right? Let's see. that Black Mandolin on that one? No, that's all the Never to Returns. White Loot. Right? Hold on. Let's see. Black Mandolin. Here's White Loot. Okay. Oh, wait, no. What am I? It's Transistor. It's Transistor Extended in that case. So it was what? Gateless? Took me a minute. Took me a minute there. I started looking at White Loot. I'm like, wait, that's not right. Okay, where is Gateless? There you are. Okay, that's a little better. That's a little better. All right. Then, did we have anything else for this one with the song? Is that it? We had the customize off, we did that. We did all the Titan Star stuff, we did that. Roxy's like, excuse me. I didn't get my money's worth. Then again, I mean, you tested the player's greed, and in that you did succeed. And we actually will need to do... Oh, what? 200 for core, you say? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? Core's like, I remember that one. I remember that one. That's from Pyre. That's the one that plays before the Liberation Rites. I remember that. I remember. All right, so let's get this one started then. Technically, we'll have to do one and just restart it immediately because this is going to be the Titan Stars hangover. So let's do this.
The Pyre hearts shall now face the chastity. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Oh, is this official?
Yeah. I mean, we did the Titan Stars hangover reset, so you're good to go here.
Sandra.
Do you love to see my nomad?
Messenger
Hmm?
Do you love to watch my nomad?
This feels like a loaded question.
I'm just asking.
No comments? I think.
Ignatius.
Do you love to watch my worm?
No comments.
I'm not asking Lids the caster, I'm asking Lids the friend. From Pyre brother.
I think that all exiles are great and have their own unique use cases.
But I'm saying, do you like to watch the way I use them?
I think that all characters have their unique use cases. And I like when people find unique ways to implement those use cases.
So, yes. Yes?
Alright, well, it is a quick throwing Ignarius to finish things off here. And here we go. A big power cast from Snadra, a second big power cast from Snadra, a third big power cast from Snadra, although that does bring Deluge back, except now Deluge is down. And that means time for Snadra to throw this one in for 20. And would have been Leech as well, but of course, Core still on his starting Pyre life here. Core looking to repeat history here with more power casts, and does. So once again, that means the Deluge has returned, and oh, unsuccessful at getting rid of Snadra here. So Snadra, once again able to throw this in for another 20. Geekly. Still has that Imp in an aggressive position here and is currently without anyone back to stop him. Oh, but throw intercepted here. Core with it back now in Ignarius' hands. Trying to find a way past the worm, and does. Plunging for 30 here. More big power casts from Snadra, but Ignarius knocks her back. Here comes Deluge, who gets sniped. Just retreating back to his own Pyre, but does eventually lose both Snadra and that sap, which means he's defenseless at the moment. Is there time for Yiggly to go in for a full 30 damage? Yes, there is, with that demon throw. Snadra gets rid of all but one, but that one exile remaining was enough to get rid of Snadra. Yiggly avoids banishment there, and starts moving in with the worm, but gets knocked back, so that throw is going to be short. Snadra and Palmas. Now just Snadra. Retreats. Goes back to the casting approach. That brings back Ignarius for Core, though. Double banishment, though, for Yiggly, though Snadra returns just in time for Core. Ignarius chases her down, and Core defenseless for the next few seconds. So that means, once again, time for Yiggly to throw this one in for 30. Snadra snipes one, snipes two, and gets banished. Wall of Imps blocking Yiggly's Pyre right now, and thought about going straight on in with that worm. Or rather, with that Imp. Now it is the worm, with an unblockable throw, which lands for 15, and now that means one score is theoretically all that Yiggly needs if it is coming from Ignarius. Here is Ignarius. Worm explodes on one defender. Yiggly has the portal, goes through it with Iggy, but he gets shut down. Worm speeds ahead here. Is there enough range on that throw? Not quite. 4. With his Ignarius. Now, same can be said for Core. With Ignarius, he does have enough damage as well. Trying to knock back the defenders, but Ignarius is banished for Core. Ignarius sidesteps that. Oh, for Yiggly, but walks right into that big Snadra power cast. Now Yiggly defenseless here. Snadra notably does not have enough damage to finish the job, but it drops Yiggly down to 10, which means now next score for Core would be enough. And it also leached back Pyre life for Core, which means Yiggly no longer has sufficient damage with one score. Oh, Snadra with the shoulder smash there, and follows up for the winning plunge.
Good game.
GG. Yeah, that was a good one. Well played, you two. Nice close match.
Until the next round.
Log champs indeed. All right, are we have a queue of songs? Don't think we did anymore. I think we actually can go straight into this. And we do not have this one built in, do we? I don't think we do.
I think we do.
Do we? Do we? I don't think so.
I could be wrong, but
I mean, it's definitely not in the original set.
okay.
And yeah, I'm not seeing it in the modded stuff
'Cause I'm
either.
just thinking it's in the white loop.
Yeah, okay. Hold on, it'll have to be tweaked about that. Oh, no. Okay, there we go. We did have another song request, but it came after this one, right? Yeah, Step Closer. More requested Triesta. Oh, and Skydance. Core, do you want to combine those two things together? Do you want to hold off on those, both those things for the next one? Getting a message saying you've already redeemed this reward. Is there a limit? There shouldn't be a limit on anything other than, Ron can only go once per stream. There's a limit on how many arenas we can do, and there's a limit on how many server intros I think we can do. I think everything else is uncapped. And Anora is choosing Exiles as well here. Yeah, Ron is only once per stream. Yeah, indeed. I think it's once per stream and not just once per person. I still have it up. I'll actually double check right now. Ron is once per stream. Yeah. Regardless of person, once per stream. Choose exiles whose voices you like most is Nora's exiles request. What is Ron anyway? Well, that is something that I think is best described by the people who have requested him. It's one of those things that you really can't understand until you experience it firsthand. Okay, then we also have another Titan Stars request here, similar to what we had before. Seems like the difference this time, Proxy, is just that you're limiting the Titan Stars count to 5. Am I right in thinking that? Everyone determines the amount based on Titan Stars. Yeah. Titan Stars combined with the balancing effect of reduced life. Oh, Yiggly, but you see, that's where you are. I'm afraid you're terribly wrong. Ron exponentially increases the chaos of the right. You just can't really understand it until you experience it firsthand. Increase in player 1 instead of player 2 decrease? Oh, I see. And Nora has experienced it several times, so I think she could speak to it being fairly significant. How many times have you requested a Nora? At least twice, but I feel like at least probably 3. Somewhere in the 2 to 4 range. At least 5? Okay, yeah. Nora definitely knows what she's talking about when it comes to Falcon Rod. Okay, but where does that leave us?
So I get more health, basically?
You get more health depending on how many Titan Stars Yiggly chooses to activate. A maximum of 5 Titan Stars.
So is it plus 20 then? For... Okay. And then...
So that's...
Are we excluding the health ones? Or?
Negotiate between each other. Okay. And we did have some other things as well, though. Because you're also taking the exiles that you think have the best voices. So bear that in mind, in order of how good you think their voices are. And then, Cord, did you still want... Did you say whether you wanted Nessa Trieste for this one, or did you want to combine it in the next match for
Just
with Skydance? Okay.
Yeah, that next one.
Each Titan Star theoretically could be worth a different amount of Pyre Life. Alright, negotiate! Which Titan Stars and how much Pyre Life are they worth?
Yeah, just quick play. Yeah, I don't care.
Yeagly, how many Titan Stars would you like? Bro, I don't even remember them all. But you want 5.
The Titan Stars. Archbeast Sun Grease.
Screen is frozen. 1 second. 1 second.
Okay.
Let me get that.
Look through them eagerly and figure out which ones you want.
That should fix it. Yeah, you're free to take them now, Yeagly.
Can player 2 take them? No idea. Yeah, he doesn't have input.
Oh, my bad. So you have the various +8 stat ones. It's one for quickness, one for presence. Where else? Hope. And there is not one for glory, but you can get the additional
There's leech.
damage,
Additional damage and leech, which
which
is
is, yeah,
basically glory.
basically glory. You do have the Pyre Life ones. Additional stamina. This is core getting less Pyre Life at the start. Here's the leech. That's the hope we were talking about. This is built-in prayer beads for you. This is one of the cursed talisman effects where you keep your aura even when you have the orb. It does slowly shrink over time, though. And then there's Shax, which is if everyone on your team gets banished, they all come back. And then there's... Obviously, there's this for the extra brain cell. Extra damage, prayer beads, Shax. Okay. So damage, Shax, built-in prayer beads, leech, which is here.
Coolness the locket.
And brain cell. Okay, perfect.
Okay, so we gotta go back and change health.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'll just get 80.
Additional 80 for this?
Yeah.
Okay.
And to be clear, all of them except for Yislok are 0 plus health, but Yislok is plus 80 health.
Of course. Naturally. Naturally. By far the strongest of all the Titan Stars. Arguably should be 100, that is true.
The Titan Stars.
Okay, so these are all set and ready to go.
The Pyre Arts versus the Chastity.
Indeed, Emberic, indeed.
Welcome.
Oh, did we just get a random Nessa Trieste? Okay.
Conduct the rites.
Well, Core hard set it for the next one, but alas, will be here twice in a row. No problem. Remember, these are supposed to be the characters that you think have the best voices in order.
Yeah, I love Pam with this.
I mean, maybe. For all I know, that is who you would have chosen. Yiggly's like, hold on, that changes everything. Restart this thing, turn this car around.
I think Pamela has the best voice in the game.
Clearly Pam has the best voice.
Yeah.
Yiggly is unconvinced. Pretty sus. Definitely not because he said that he totally forgot about that. Definitely just because Pam may or may not actually have the best voice. Definitely not because Core openly admitted that that was not the intention behind picking her. Orlek does have an amazing voice, I suppose. Very deep and rumbly. Suppose same could be said of Volfred. Volfred is actually number 1 for Yiggly. Does Gareth have the greatest voice, or is he one of those silent protagonists? Ooh, some diverging opinions here in chat, for what it's worth.
I think Snadra has a pretty good voice. I think Manly also has a pretty good voice. These two have pretty good voices as well.
Silence is a sound, says Proxy. He does have a voice, for what it's worth. He does have a voice. Gareth, that is. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Oh, Tizo is an interesting selection. That's an interesting point. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with you. I just didn't initially think of it. Palmas as well. Ever talkative, that Palmas. What's with Zoxiana, though? I don't get her. No, you cannot use the legendary worm talisman on Snadra. She is not a worm. Oh, and perhaps Core has been persuaded. Or rather, Yiggly has been persuaded. Let her be a worm if she wants to. Throw there falls just short. Remember that, of course, Yiggly has several Titan stars. However, Core has a lot of additional starting power life and even took more from one of the talisman selections. Here's Snadra. And Pam. Switching in to a quick sap throw for 12. Core has it back here. Switches into Snadra. She plunges for 20. Snadra the Worm Knight. Oh, and quick throw. And might have even been unblockable from that range. Good for 25 for Core. Yiggly. With Gilman. Lunges here for 20, and I believe we saw Yiggly opt for the built-in prayer beads. And yes, does have it. So Gilman will return. So no real reason to avoid plunging in Yiggly's case. Gilman starts going one way, then goes the other. Explodes on Pamitha. Wolfred to Gilman. Gilman sneaks past one defender. Gets blocked though, and now banished. Pamitha for Core. Gets it back, gets stamina in the process. Switches into Snadra, who hops in here for 20. Core. Faking a move there with Pamitha, then retreats, goes the other way. Tries to do so again here, and perhaps found just a big enough opening, not quite. Here's Yiggly on the counter and plunges in here once again with Gilman for 20. And once again, will have Gilman come back with the built-in prayer beads from the Titan Stars. Trying to find a way through. But eventually ends up in the lava there. Gilman, well, that was an interesting defensive play there from Pam. And Gilman once again does find a way in here for 20. Pam for Core. Throw intercepted. Yiggly off to the races here. With Tizo and, well, just Tizo. Shoulder smashed. But that brought back everyone with Shax. Core switches to Snadra again. Oh, but the throw is intercepted. Gilman counterattack, hops over one defender. And banishes, but gets banished by the last. Snadra down. Pamitha again for Core. Stamina back. Switches into the sap for a quick throw, which lands for 25, and that drops Yiggly down to 13. Sap throw. Oh, that's off target. Tizo. Vanish, setting up a dangerous portal. Snadra. Blocked. But banished. Ooh, down goes Wolfred. Avoids that cast there. Snadra into the lava. Gilman looking for that opening, but can't find a way past Snadra. 4. Trying to elude this defender, but cannot. Gilman. Oh, clever move there from Core with Pamitha to still get the banishment. Pamitha! Not quite, though does switch into Wolfred. Rather manly. But everyone back from Shax for Yiggly. Pamitha again for Core. Switching back to Snadra. I think got banished and also did the banishing with shoulder smash. Oh, big banishment there, but once again, it gets rid of everyone, and that means that everyone comes back with Shax for Yiggly. Moving in with that sap, but no time for the throw. Pamitha finds her way through, but the rekindling triggers here for 10 on the second life bar for Yiggly. So that means now Core just needs one more. But Yiggly does have built-in leech from the Titan Stars here. So theoretically, it is still possible for Yiggly to get plenty of Pyre life back. Yiggly, well, everyone, in fact, trying to find a way to that orb, and Core eventually makes it happen. But many lives were lost along the way. Everyone vanished, everyone returns. The Core also took Numbing Gust, which slows Yiggly down, preventing him from sprinting here. But still finds a way through with Gilman, once again plunging for 20 and getting a little bit of leech. Back up to 15 now, which is probably not enough to be all that significant, yes. But with another score or two, that could start to become a much bigger factor. And require the Core get another score, but with no leech, Snadra has enough damage to take the win.
Their adversaries must be crying tears of shame.
GG.
Thus end this night's proceedings.
Alright. Let's head on back.
Until the stars align.
And this one, timing-wise, is going to have to be the penultimate one before we go into the Liberation Rite. We do have some requests already from Core for it, for actually another round at the Nest. And was it Skydance or was it Talon Sheath? It's one of the harp-themed ones. Was... Skydance. There you go, Yiggly. Okay, so Triesta, Skydance. There we go. That means no Tariq necessary. That means let's turn back on in-game music.
I'm gonna go Kerr.
He
No,
claims he's going Kerr.
No, you may not. No requests. No.
Well, last I checked, Tamitha and Pamitha were Kerrs, right? Yiggly, also, I'm afraid there are no Liberation Rite requests. The Liberation Rite is about letting you two pick whatever you want to pick with no requests. So I'm afraid that is a no can do. Oh, okay. No worries then.
The Pyre art.
Oh yeah, we need to do the second one anyway to get rid of the Shining Stars After Effect, the Hangover. Wouldn't have it any other way. Beautiful. So this one is our penultimate rite. After this, we'll go into the Liberation Rite.
The chastity. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
So there was a request for a sister fight, which would mean presumably Tamitha versus Pamitha. Now you could.
They're all technically sisters, right?
I'm not sure if we know that definitively.
Okay, because there's different clans, right?
Yeah.
But it's all one male, so we are sisters. Technically. No.
Yeah. Yiggly is very displeased.
Yiggly, do you have a preference? I want Pam with that.
Yiggly wants Pam.
I'll take it then.
Oh, wow. The bait and switch. But no, he takes Tamitha. Watch Yiggly go. Well, actually, that was an attempt at reverse psychology. I wanted you to take Pam after that, just so that I could take Tam. Oh, man. The game theory. Yeah, see, Yiggly actually wanted Zam. And by Zam, Yiggly means Saxiana.
This is on brand with chastity, but I was scrutinizing
Alright, there is the sister showdown. Now, from here on out, it's up to you guys. So, Core, if you want to, you can still go back to doing a bunch of curves here. Oh wow, it's 7 a.m. It is, starting to get a little late for me, or in your case, getting, early? I mean, I guess it is still getting later, but... Alright, Proxy. Oh, thanks for stopping by. I was gonna say, Nor, that's even later than you, right? Significantly so. But alas, here we go for our penultimate rite. It is a sister showdown between the Harp sisters at the Nessa Triesta with Skydance as a song, so it is fitting. Yeah, it's only 3 a.m. there.
Quite an exchange.
Ooh, vanishing throw there from Barker. Tizo avoids one banishment, but runs into the second defender. Oh, the 360 banishment from Tamitha. Then is that a double banishing throw from Barker? I believe it was. Helping to set up this 15 damage throw.
It's supposed to temper. Matters.
The orb is up.
4. Banishes 2. Trying to throw and has just enough time to sneak in an 18 damage throw there. And follows it in for another 20 damage here on this plunge from the Harp. Now Tamitha out for this round. Series of exchanges there. Tamitha versus Raji is where we end up, though. Rather, Pamitha versus Raji. Oh, and Core sneaks on through with Barker for 13 damage on that throw. Oh, and nearly the, what, 270 cast? From one sister taking out the other. Tamitha, though, creates enough space to set up this plunge.
The rite is nearly ended.
And no one left defensively for Core, so time for Neagly to throw this one in for 20. Oh, and Tamitha gets rid of her sister there. Barker banishes, but gets banished. Gilman speeds through, but he's blocked. Banishes 1 or 2 defenders, but also goes down in the process. Big throw from Barker falls just short. Tizo down. But he's back. Here's Pamitha. Against her sister. Oh, into the lava she goes. Speedy Gilman speeds under the defenders that time for 15. Tamitha down. Tamitha versus Raji once again. The Barker has returned, as has Tamitha here. Sister versus sister. Oh, and Yiggly nearly avoided that defender. and nearly made it through there, but explodes on all but Barker. So Core still has it back here, but with just Barker at the moment. He's banished, and the Imp returns just in time for Core. So here's Raji. Core trying to find a way through. Oh, but it's not enough. Core hiding over the lava. Away he goes. Barker banished. Tizo now for Yiggly. Banished, but that brings back Gilman with infinite stamina. He goes down, but that brings back Pamitha. She goes down, which brings back Gilman. Gilman banished. Pamitha returns. It's almost a pseudo-infinite worms of sorts there. Flappy Pamitha is punished for her crimes against humanity. But now it's just Tizo. Well, Tizo gets banished, and that brings back an infinite stamina Gilman, who explodes and brings back Pamitha. But Tamitha takes out her sister. Barker for Core. Yiggly with it back now with Pamitha. Blocked. And banished. Barker makes it in for the winning plunge.
Their adversaries confidently thwarted. The rite is done.
GG. Alright, let's head on back. Because it is time.
Until the stars align.
A little confusing with that one, Yiggly, but it is time for our final rite of the night, our liberation rite. So no request for this one. We will be going to the Fall of Solium, and we will go never to return the version of whoever is player 2, which in this case means the Chastity. No request from chat. We'll just have both players take their preferred teams here and finish things off in style. So, without further ado, let us begin. Wait! Good evening, exiles.
You stand upon the fall of Solium. You shall take part here in a glorious tradition. May further shame befall whomever fails. Pyre heart stand ready. The chastity stand ready. Now we shall get started.
Alright, so this will be our final rite of the night, our liberation rite. As I said, no request from chat. We'll have both players take their preferred teams. Or starts things off with Gilman here.
Tizo.
And it's Tizo in the first spot for Yiggly. Now, additional Pyre life on Snadra. Exploding Gilman. Last choice for Core is a Leeching Bertrude. Whereas last one for Yiggly is a quick throwing Jody. So here we go, our final run of the night, our liberation rite Core on the left representing the Pyre Hearts, and Yigli on the right representing the chastity. Best of luck to you both.
The orb. Now end the ceremony. Get out, Tizo. No. Struggle all you like, reader. And there it is.
And there it is.
Proved their worth. As for their adversaries, they did not.
GG.
Ends the liberation rite.
Alright, as we were saying, that was our final rite of the night, our liberation rite. Thank you, everybody who participated in the rite today. Thank you, everybody who gave us the request today in chat as well. That's going to be it for tonight. So let me duck out of Discord here, but I'll see you guys next week. And let me also kick you out of the remote play so you aren't stuck here. But not quite done with you yet, chat. As I said, of course, that was our final rite of the night, our liberation rite. Thank you everybody who participated in the RITE today. Thank you everybody who gave us the requests in chat as well. For those of you who are interested in getting more involved in all this multiplayer Pyre stuff, the best way to do so is by joining the RITE Club Discord server, which you can do by clicking on this link right here. We're, of course, doing these RITE Nights every Sunday. My name is Lids. I'm hosting these RITE Nights. My general schedule nowadays is Fridays is Gwent Rogue Mage, Saturdays is Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, Sundays is RITE Night, of course, and then on YouTube, Lids Vids there as well, posting the VODs for all those streams, so if you missed anything, you can catch it there as well. Also doing some Gwent multiplayer videos on YouTube, new events for that every week, as well as some Thronebreaker, the Gwent campaign, and Transistor. We should, I believe, have our final video of the end of Transistor going live. I believe it'll probably end up being this Monday. So very excited for that as well. And I think that's about it. If you haven't done so yet already, of course, you can hit the follow button to get a notification when I'm live. Just follow me on Twitter at LidsVids. I post everyone live as well. But actually, the best place to stay up to date on all things Lids is by joining my own Discord server, which you can do by clicking on that link right there. But that's going to be it for me for tonight. So thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I'll catch you next time.